Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Take your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy sky was discussing, it's whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear. There's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grow.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business like it just like on.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business back and just like on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom, we lit the flame. They left the room, but we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to power, our roots and trees. We know world is rhythm and grace. And now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational, black, American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike, Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all know. Go back.
Blacc, you got all kinds of background noise. Use your mic.
Wait a minute.
We can't leech off
I'm
our
on
culture anymore.
Bluetooth. Wait a minute. That's the TV shit. Hold on a second. Shit.
Just mute your mics, man. Just mute the mic on the StreamYard.
Mute the mic, man. Stop sounding like a seductive bed dog.
Okay.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
It's hard to tell.
She doesn't. Come on now. You don't either.
I definitely do.
That's the way.
Every other day.
Shit. You gotta cut the contest.
I still smell better.
Are you lying? Are you lying? I'm right.
Yeah. All right, let me get this going. All right, thank y'all for tuning in to season 6, episode 20, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman, and we're joined with our other host, Lady Che, and we just lost Shabaka. Oh, there you are, Shabaka. Sorry. We got Shabaka in here as well, and we got our brother Kukizi. And on this season 6, episode 20, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is Afroman. Once again, we didn't get Professor Black Truth's take on it, so let's see what he had to say. Afroman defeats Dirty Cops. Why it matters. Can the white media stop Kanye's comeback? Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I'm wrecking my peers, putting suckers in fear. Democrats hosted a Black event panel, then pulled a bait and switch. Execution looms for man punished over rap lyrics. Then 162 IQ Black Hitman was that terrified Italian mob. U.S. allies shifting. Global impact. UK gas shortage factor crisis. Job market 2026 crisis. Millions struggling to find work. Iran rejects Trump's ultimatum. Tensions escalate fast. This is why foundational Black America is dominating every conversation. And our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local and Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we're going to have tomorrow, is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago, and is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, our personal page, Jessica Paris, aka Chan Crewman. So we stream usually all the city council and local events. Then we got Lady Chase other channel, Seduction Doll. Michelle sub to that, so she can start going live on there. Then her main channel, the RBA, which she should be dropping on RBA sometime this week. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette One. Make sure you sub to that, so he can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant, was cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure you sub to his channel as well. Then we got our brother who's with us right now, Kukizi. Make sure you sub to Kukizi's 5100 page.
Hey, Kukizi.
Then we got Breeze Omega, our brother out of Virginia, by way of New York, who was live earlier. Make sure you sub to his channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, who I was chopping it up with the other day. And along with Torian Rain Reloaded, our brother, Church of Black Power out of West California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure you sub to his channel. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers and is fast approaching 3,000. And last but certainly not least, we got our young brother, Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus, but came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. So the link to submit your business or a business of your choosing is in the description. Then we got the B1 Rolodex link also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus to create a foundational Black American caucus. The petition for that is also in the description. Then we got Brooks' call to action link also in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure you donate to that if you haven't already. And then we got our elder who's 103 years old, who's on the verge of losing our home almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles. Then we got the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you.
Only confuse you.
In all 9 or 10 areas of human people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee, comply, and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, producejustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80, and would have just turned 90 about a week or two ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral. along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. We got Twin in here early. We got Crew Reality in the building. We got Keezy's other page, Cool Cars, in the building. And we got Mac 285 in the building. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
Yeah, greetings from Sand City. Greetings from Sand City. It's a pleasant 72 degrees here right now. And, you know, the heat is creeping up. And then on top of that there, too, is that Las Vegas, from what I'm gathering, is they're losing a hell of a lot of money out here. Because, yeah. So I don't know if they're getting ready to shut down some of these hotels, but the dumpsters building is still yet to be occupied, and they stopped construction on another project out here as well, too.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, because the dumpster and his tariffs, man, he's literally fucking up the whole economy. You see what I'm saying? From the outside point of view. And then I've been arguing with a coon who I invited to come up here on the show. He ain't gonna take himself on.
Share the link.
I shared the link to the coon. You know what I'm saying? You know, because I told him to Google us. And this Negro, man, is a straight ass scratching yassa boss for the orangutan, you know.
Yeah.
So if he's caping for the orangutan, then I'm gonna call this motherfucker a baboon.
Okay. Well, maybe the baboon will join us tonight. We'll see.
But,
yeah. What are your thoughts on the Afroman situation, Shabaka?
Okay, it's all bad, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry to see him get caught up in that, but hopefully, you know, he will prevail. You know what I mean?
All right, let's see what the professor got to say about it.
Yeah.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
The sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
2026 is only 1/3 over, but we've already had the feel-good story of the winter. All right, I can't say that I'm a fan of Afroman, but then again, this is a case study in what happens when the thugs in blue have to hold this L. There's just so much confusion about this case, though, even after all this time, years after the fact. And I think that's because nobody's bothered to gather even the most basic facts so people can understand what actually happened here. Predictably, the white media hasn't done it, so the black media will. Now, the number one question that I noticed that pretty much everyone's asked, but that nobody's answered is, who was it who actually accused Afroman of kidnapping and dealing drugs in the first place? In their search warrant, the Adams County Sheriff's Office claimed that they had a so-called confidential informant who said that Afroman had kidnapped people and was torturing them in his basement, dealing drugs, etc. Okay, so that answers the first question, a confidential informant, but it doesn't answer who it was. Well, now we have a name, Tasha Chamblin. Afroman himself has identified her as the, as he puts it, unconfidential informant. All right, but why did this white woman accuse Afroman, a person she didn't even know, of kidnapping, human trafficking, and drug dealing? Afroman's lawyer, David Osborne, explained why in an interview.
From my understanding from the deposition, there had been a report of a person with a large amount of marijuana. Officers had come together, went there for what they call a knock and talk, talked to this lady. I guess they confronted her. Did you have the marijuana? And she took them to it, or at least told them where it was. And they found a felony level amount of marijuana in her possession.
She's stupid.
they kind of asked her some questions. They had her go back to the station, did an interview, and the question becomes, where'd this come from? And it's my understanding she said something to the effect of, well, this came from Mr. Foreman. And she also told him about women coming and going out of a dungeon, being put in cages and stuff. And so they kind of put that together and got a search warrant. What was really interesting was the contradictions that you have, because there was one interview with Mr. Newland that the recording failed. So they went in, and Mr. Newland, while he's typing the search warrant, has two other deputies go in, Sergeant Estep and Sean Cooley go in and re-interview her. And what they said was it was kind of interesting, because then she changes her story to them indicating that she has stole this stuff from Mr. Foreman. And so it's kind of interesting as you read the deposition, you kind of see a picture of what happened with the confidential informant, and then you kind of read the warrant again, and you're like, wait a minute.
Right.
Only the good stuff's in here, none of the bad stuff.
Right. I was just going to say, so
Yeah,
they
they
learned
still went on through with the warrant.
that she says, well, wait a minute, I actually stole this from him. And
Well, I mean, that's what you'd be looking for, is consistency in the story. I know she has a prior criminal record, and so there was a lot of stuff. And Mr. Newland, in his deposition, went through a lot of detail about the CI packet and all the stuff they look at, because when they classify you as a CI, they actually have a whole packet. They look at your criminal record. So there's a lot of stuff they would have put together there that.
So you had this white woman who may or may not have been a drug addict, but who definitely had a lot of drugs on her, with a prior criminal record, in possession of felony level amounts of marijuana, and the cops knew all of this before they decided to make her their confidential informant. She was looking at possible prison time, so she tried to make a deal to get her own worthless hide out of a bind, and she knows that under white supremacy, when a white person merely accuses a black person of something, that will be treated as far more serious than whatever crime the white person actually committed. This is weaponizing whiteness. The Adams County Sheriff's Office had no prior record or criminal case against Afroman, but they knew that all they had to do was make a flimsy claim that someone had accused this black man of something, and that would be more than enough for them to be able to get a quickie search warrant. Now, as you see, there's a clear contradiction between what this so-called confidential informant told the police and then what was in the actual search warrant itself. And this corruption doesn't stop at the local pig farm. The judge was the single most dirty character in this fiasco. The judge on this case from the very beginning was issuing rulings specifically meant to make it impossible to tell the jury that the warrant was based on lies. In fact, according to Afroman's attorney, the judge instructed his lawyers that they were not to ask any questions about the confidential informant, even though the entire reason this happened was because of a fraudulent warrant based on her lies.
so what was the basis as far as what they claim that this informant told them? Because my understanding is it was like so far-fetched, and once they got in the house, contradicted like everything that was said. Can you get into that, what they alleged?
From my understanding, which I haven't reviewed the deposition in a while, and also during the trial, the judge made it abundantly clear we were not going to go into that. So we did not prep a lot on that, because the judge made that clear. And what we did get in was very tailored to what we could.
Before the trial had even begun, this crooked judge was trying to stack the deck against a black man. The phony warrant was the entire basis for the entire illegal raid. It was found to be completely false, so there was no defense for the informant or for the cops. Remember, in order to get a search warrant, you have to fill out an affidavit, and in that process, you have to swear that everything you're putting in the affidavit is true. Well, in this case, literally everything about it was false, except for the address that they went to and the name of the person who owned the place. So the crooked judge who signed off on this fraudulent warrant didn't ask any questions even after it was proven to all be a pack of lies. And the judge who presided over this kangaroo court didn't want the jury to ask any questions about the warrant either. And on a side note, the judge was so biased, so clearly prejudiced against Afroman that even the all-white jury saw it, and even they were bothered by the judge's open bias.
Jurors can sense that when a judge is being a little bit too harsh with one side or the other. For you, which way did you take it?
I mean, I don't want to say, I don't want to bash a judge or anything, but I mean, it did seem like he was on, like he had something against, the defendants or something. But I mean, it didn't factor into our decisions. I mean,
I understand it. that it wasn't part of your thought process with deliberations, but just the way you perceived it in general in the moment that it was happening.
Yeah, well, it was one of those things where you could just feel it. It felt uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's the way I would describe it. Just felt a little tense, just a little bit uncomfortable. But like I said, again, we didn't know how this was supposed to work, how a judge was supposed to act.
Now, you know a judge has messed up big time when an all-white jury presiding over a case brought by all-white cops against a black man points out that the judge's behavior was so egregiously biased that even they couldn't help but notice it. Look at her wording. I don't want to bash a judge. Translation, I don't want to be off code as a white person, but, people were watching this, so, you gotta point it out. See, this is what happens when you have these little podunk enclaves where the good old boy trash get to have it all their own way all the time. They get away with all kinds of dirt, all kinds of illegality, such as signing off on this fraudulent warrant that they think they can put their whole hand on the scale and nobody will notice, because normally nobody does. Well, nobody who might refuse to go along with the scam. So the Adams County deputies went to Afroman's home after they got this fraudulent warrant to rescue white women who he was holding in his basement. Except that not only were there no white women to rescue, Afroman's home doesn't even have a basement. Everyone knows the damage the Adams County sheriffs did to Afroman's house. They busted in his front gate, tore down his front door, damaged his home surveillance recording system, pointed guns at his children, and then decided to confiscate his money that they found there. They didn't have to do all that, but they were dressing up and pretending to be tough guy cops like on TV. And besides, he's black, so why not destroy his property? Afterwards, Afroman demanded the police repair the damage they did, and they literally laughed in his face and boasted, "We don't have to do anything."
And he says the department told him it was not responsible for paying for the repairs.
The guy started laughing and waddling his head. He goes, "We're not required to do that." And they were unapologetic.
So Afroman attempted to file a civil suit, but the good old boys there simply dismissed it out of hand, practically sight unseen. Even though nothing in the warrant was truthful or valid, they nonetheless deemed that the warrant was legally filed regardless, and hence they claimed he had no right to compel them to pay for the damage they caused. So, having been denied his legal rights, even his right to redress, he did exactly what you would expect a musician and an entertainer to do. He made songs out of the self-serving public servants who attacked his home. He made t-shirts and merchandise from the images of the very thugs who came into his house, and he used the money that he earned from this to repair the damage they did to his home. He made them famous, but not in the way they wanted. He made sure people knew their names and what they did. Afroman making the police into the butt of the joke did get some headlines at the time when it originally happened and got a few million views online, but it very soon faded from the headlines. So what Afroman did was to rightly hold the police up to ridicule, and it's about damn time. The police are a joke, though not a funny one. Having been humiliated for their own incompetence, the Adams Sheriff's deputies decided they would try to impress the Fox News crowd, so they sued Afroman for $4 million, claiming defamation, that he used their likeness without their permission, and anything else they could think of. Apparently, they never learned what defamation was at the police academy, and no one explained to them that as public figures, especially as police, they have no expectation of privacy when they barge into someone else's home. And as public figures, the burden of proof for defamation is higher for them than it would be for a private citizen. Now, you are fair to ask, what motivated these clowns to even try a stunt like this? Keep in mind, this raid happened at the end of the pandemic, and that's significant because the 2020 pandemic coincided with the murder of George Floyd and the national uprisings that occurred. People were standing up to the thugs in blue. You had a lot of cops who were feeling on the defensive and getting put under scrutiny, and a lot of them were desperate to score some kind of victory. So when the Adams County sheriffs erroneously raided Afroman's home and then he lampooned them in his songs, they were feeling like they wanted to be heroes to the Fox News crowd. Go back and look at what was happening during the 2020 uprising and forward. You had a number of thugs in blue who tried to fabricate their own victim narratives, claiming that people were threatening them or vandalizing their property. Most of these claims were proven to be complete and thorough lies. But it just goes to show how many of the police were desperately trying to find a way to make themselves heroes to the Fox News crowd, the OAN crowd, the Newsmax crowd, the white right trash like Ben Shapiro crowd. So that's what motivated this nuisance suit by the Adams County Sheriff's deputies. Crooked cops who saw the phony support they were getting from the white right and feeling like they had all of this underground behind the scenes support from the white right that didn't actually exist. So like morons, they persisted with this suit when, if they had any sense, they would have quietly withdrawn it during the holidays or during the summer when the news cycle is slowest and let this pathetic stunt die a natural death. But when you're the beneficiaries of white privilege and for hundreds of years the laws have never applied to you, you simply can't conceive that the rules would actually apply now. What they were thinking is, this is Adams County, in Ohio of all places. They were guaranteed to get an all-white jury, which they did, and that this all-white jury would merely rubber stamp whatever they said. Everybody would get on code, and that would be the end of that. Sure, it wouldn't survive on appeal, but for them merely getting a quickie victory in civil court, Fox News would be trumpeting that from sea to shining sea. It would be enough for them to claim a huge victory on behalf of the thugs in blue. Except it didn't go like that. The only person more incompetent than the sheriff's deputies was the lawyer they hired. There was clearly no testimony prep that had been done. That lawyer they had to have been working on retainer. There's no way even this idiot was stupid enough to think that he would recover one thin dime on contingency. Now, when Afroman originally made those songs about the crooked sheriff's deputies, they got a lot of views, but eventually interest did fade, and truth be told, most people forgot all about it, except for those thin-skinned punks. And now, thanks to them, this story had become one of the biggest stories of the year so far. And credit goes to Afroman for recognizing how to maximize visibility for it. From the American flag outfit he wore to dropping 2 more diss tracks the day before the trial began, he was working the algorithm and the cameras for all it was worth. His entire legal defense was that no reasonable person would take his diss tracks seriously. And the way he presented himself made it impossible to say that this man was trying to be serious, even though people recognized that what he was saying about the cops was in fact true, which, by the way, is the ultimate defense against defamation. And that's the reason why, after only a couple of hours, the jury immediately came back and they kicked the plaintiff's case out of court on all counts. They took a 100% loss. They didn't get anything that they wanted. And that crooked judge, he was sitting there reading this up over and over. He was like, am I reading this correctly? I mean, come on, this is all white jury. You're supposed to be on code. I mean, surely you're going to make this nigger pay something. He's looking at the doggone pages over and over again, trying to see, am I reading this right? Clearly, this all white jury isn't going to let this nigger just walk out of here with no penalties whatsoever. They're going to put something on him, right? Except they didn't. Instead, what happened was the judge decided, well, I'm going to go ahead and use my position and say that they got to split court costs, even though as the winner of the suit, Afroman should have had these thugs in blue paying all of his court expenses. But of course, as we all know, we don't live under a system of justice. We live under a system of white supremacy. Afroman celebrated his courtroom victory, and rightly so.
Yeah, we did it, America. Yeah, we did it. Freedom of speech. Right on. Right on.
A lot of people noted that there weren't throngs of people standing outside the courtroom, the crowds of supporters. The reality is they didn't need to be there. Think about the white supremacists like Kyle Rittenhouse and others who committed these killings, and then they've been allowed to walk by a crooked court. Did these guys have huge crowds of supporters present at their trials? Were their crowdfundings being carried out in person? No, but they were getting, in many cases, hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million or more in legal support from people who were not there physically. Now, these white supremacists thought that this was a game that only they could play, but as the uprisings began during the BLM protests and into the 2020 uprisings, you had Black grassroots support making sure to get those young people out of jail, making sure that they weren't going to be held as political prisoners. That showed the white authorities that too could play this game. And who are they going to go after? Leaderless resistance. There's no one for the police or the authorities to take photos of or to try to harass. The same way that Afroman 3 years ago was selling tons of recordings and merchandise off of these scumbags is the same way today that he had the eyes of tens of millions of people around the world watching him and supporting him. We don't live in a day and age where support is only comprised of people being there in person. The thing that made the police feel so furious was precisely that Afroman had tons of support that they couldn't directly attack or threaten. None of their usual police tactics were useful here. And as for the crooked sheriff's deputies of Adams County, suddenly they were real camera shy. They didn't even have the nerve to go on TV and whine about their loss. Remember, the entire reason they pulled this stunt was because they were trying to be heroes to the white right-wing media. So where was the Fox Newses and the Ben Shapiro's at after these guys got defeated in court? Well, they did weigh in on Afroman's case, and they were celebrating his victory, or at least they were trying to appear like they did.
Afroman, the free speech warrior we didn't know we need, joins me now. So great to have you, Afroman. And let me begin by saying congratulations on your tremendous victory.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You didn't have anybody in the white right talking that back the badge crap. None of that back the blue crap. No, they weren't talking like that anymore, at least not in this case. Even trash like Ben Shapiro, has been practically trying to catch the wave and act like he was on Afroman's side from the beginning. You see, a number of these racist white right-wing mouthpieces who have spent years, if not decades, attacking black people and kissing the cops' racist rumps are now suddenly on the side of black people who have been wronged by the police. Is that what happened? Suddenly they're frowning on police raids when these same racist pieces of trash boldly defended the murders of literally every single black person killed by the police, from Aiyana Jones to Breonna Taylor. Well, the reason that they had this momentary bout of conscience was because they noticed that their reprobate viewers were taking Afroman's side. See, when it comes to white people, even those on the white right, they all have something against the concept of the authorities just barging into someone's home. I show you on a near weekly basis why that is, and why they feel some kind of way about the police killing someone in their own house. Not all of the time, but more often than you might think. So these creeps who were thinking to themselves that they were going to get a pat on the back from the white right, they found out, nah, gratitude isn't in the white supremacist vocabulary. And it was beautiful that the whole world got to see what qualifies as law enforcement in the United States. Stupid morons, corrupt scumbags, clearly inbred, who are both thin-skinned and thick-headed at the same time. Everyone recognized and celebrated this as not just a defeat for crooked cops in Adams County, Ohio, but also as a huge L and a slap in the face for police nationwide, which is a slap that is long overdue. This case was a high-profile L for every cop in America to hold. But to add insult to injury, this case firmly establishes the legal precedent that the victims of police violence can monetize the very bastards who harmed them. And keep in mind, money. That was the main thing that made these crooked deputies so angry. It's the main thing that's always made these racists furious about black people, to see black people making money. Especially when black people find a way to make money off of these white supremacists. That is the absolute worst of all possible worlds in their eyes. Look at what they're doing to Bill Cosby. It's the money, stupid. When Afroman was singing one of his tracks saying that Randy Walton was a SOB and that he slept with the guy's wife, that wasn't what set that guy off. Police departments are infested with creeps who are sleeping with other cops' spouses. Hell, there's been scandals where some female police officer or other has been the department thought, and everybody had a shot at her. So that's not what really made this guy
there was a case on LAPD about
that's what made him furious. And knowing that a black man is getting it, and that he's getting it at their expense, using their images, and worse, using it by making them look stupid. He monetized humiliating them. White supremacy is supposed to be the only organization, the only kind of interest that has the ability to do that. That's what it's supposed to be. Just white supremacy is supposed to be able to do that. The ability to monetize taking shots at people. Since the days of slavery, that's exactly what white supremacy has been based on. Making an economy built on attacking and denigrating the image of black people. Well, now the shoe's on the other foot, and Afroman's forcing these bastards to wear it. And they don't like how it feels. And that's the part that makes it so beautiful. They can't hide the fact that they're humiliated. They would like to do something about it, but they can't. You know, at this point, I'm surprised that these guys don't try to gin up another reason to raid his house a second time, just so they can try to take him out. But when one looks at this case, it just shows how stupid and arrogant and moronic law enforcement in America is. It shows how far up their own behinds their heads are, that they actually took this case to trial when it was clearly evident that they weren't going to win, at least they wouldn't win on appeal. Why even do it? Putting themselves on the stand, they showed the world how stupid they are, and by extension, how stupid American police are. They're not hired for competence. For example, Brian Newland, who accidentally miscounted Afroman's money, He was up there on the stand saying stuff that simply wasn't true. His reason for suing Afroman was he claimed that Afroman had lumped him in with his brother, who was a convicted pedophile.
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist.
Well, when they caught dead wearing no shit like that.
He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all that. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls, and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
Back in February of 2021, 18 months before the illegal raid at Afroman's house, Brian Newland's brother, William Newland, had been the chief of the Peebles Police Department, which is also in Adams County. William Newland wound up being charged with giving obscene material to a minor in 2020. Now, this is Brian Newland's brother. Both Brian and William were in law enforcement in Adams County. In fact, William Newland had been a police chief. They had both also been in the Army, too. Adams County has a small population. And yet Brian admitted that people in the community asked him about his brother's case, but he claimed that he didn't know what his brother had been arrested for. He didn't know much about it at all. He didn't really know what the case was about. He was on the stand acting like, well, I really couldn't tell you what it was about. I really didn't know.
Why did your brother leave the People's Police Department?
He was charged with some kind of crime through the Adams County Prosecutor's Office. He was subsequently convicted, and he resigned or quit sometime during the process.
And it is a fair statement to say it involved minor children?
I really don't know anything about the investigation.
You don't know anything about your brother?
He don't know
Just
nothing.
what I've seen on Jail Tracker in the past.
So you're not close.
Another goddamn Stacy Coon.
He tried to claim, well, we just really weren't that close. Yeah, both of them were cops in the exact same small county. His brother was a chief of police. And
He's staying on code with his brother. That's all.
Obscene material to children. It made headlines all over the doggone state, and yet Brian Newland didn't know anything about it. Even though he admitted people in the community talked to him about it after his brother's arrest, though apparently nobody ever told him what the charge was, and he apparently never bothered to ask. I guess his family didn't ask about it either. And given his testimony, nobody in the sheriff's department told him what his brother had been charged with. Nobody in the sheriff's department even wanted to discuss it with him, even though it made big headlines in Adams County and beyond. Well, to hear him tell it, neither Brian Newland nor anyone else in Adams County watches their own news or their own TV either, huh? During cross-examination, Brian Newland admitted that people in the community already viewed him differently after his brother's arrest and conviction, which, by the way, took place before Afroman's satirical videos about Brian Newland.
So now you've said people have treated you differently since Mr. Foreman's post.
Yes.
So people come and ask you about your brother. Did they treat you differently because of that?
It was just on a smaller scale. I was asked about it, and then that was it. It wasn't shared, and I wasn't putting music videos and everything else because of that reason.
But your brother's criminal charge and everything was in the front page of the local newspaper, correct?
Yeah.
So everybody in Adams County knew that your brother was charged.
Correct.
And so did people treat you differently at that time?
But he didn't know.
No.
Not at all?
No.
So you see that? Originally, when he was asked about whether he was treated differently, he said, well, it wasn't large scale.
So people come and ask you about your brother. Did they treat you differently because of that?
It was just on a smaller scale. I was asked about it, and then that was it. It wasn't shared, and I wasn't.
But only a few seconds later, Brian Newland changed his testimony, and now he was saying that people didn't treat him differently at all. They didn't view him differently at all.
Everybody in Adams County knew that your brother was charged.
Correct.
And so did people treat you differently at that time?
No.
Not at all?
No.
He actually thought that the jurors wouldn't see his testimony change right there on the stand, but they did see right through it, just like they saw right through that crooked judge. One of the guys who didn't get mentioned, though, much was a guy named Sean Grooms. He was involved in the raid, and then afterwards he claimed that Afroman's videos about him led to his marriage falling apart. The feel-good moment of the trial came when Afroman put on his star witness, Deputy Groom's own ex-wife, who filed for divorce, by the way.
So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department, everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay.
And when the plaintiff's attorney asked her why she didn't file a restraining order against him, she immediately shut that down when she pointed out that she had filed a restraining order against him.
You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes,
These
I did.
folks are insane.
The divorce, yes. I had a restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Now, for this shyster lawyer to be asking this woman questions, especially like that, questions that could be potentially damaging to his client, without at least doing some investigation about whether or not this had happened, that shows that this shyster lawyer was as stupid as his clients are. Rule number 1 of cross-examinations: never, ever ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. And this is the reason why, because this is what can happen. You have a witness who makes you look like a fool. We won't even talk about Randy Walton or Randy Walters, whatever it is, who apparently was so traumatized by Afroman's video about him that he doesn't even know if his wife is sleeping with Afroman or not.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's called
Adam 22 cuckold
in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Well, oh, god damn.
And I think we can all agree that the less said about Lick'em Low Lisa or her disturbingly deep voice, the better. Or her pathetic attempts to
said
dredge up some
Lick'em Low.
white woman
Oh,
tears
my
on the
God.
stand that fell flat. As I pointed out at the very beginning of this evening address, Afroman has long since identified the woman who falsely accused him.
Brian Newland had me suck his in the interrogation room. Then he told me about all the young girls that he had sex with in Adams County.
And he raises a very good
She on meth.
If all
She on
it
meth.
took was for this white woman to make an unfounded accusation against him with no evidence whatsoever, and the Adams County Sheriff's Department stormed into his home based merely on unfounded
She looks like
words,
she'll say anything for a hit of meth.
Into Brian Newland's home and
Absolutely anything.
accusation against him. So why is no one in the Adams County Sheriff's or DA's office sought a search warrant against him? Suddenly, they're not taking the word of confidential informants anymore. Afroman asserts that the police were attempting to set up a Breonna Taylor-style hit on him, and I believe him. Their goal was to raid his place and then to accidentally kill him during the attack. That certainly makes sense. But does anyone think these inbred liars who told lie after lie after lie on the stand are above that kind of thing? Look at how much blatant corruption was unmasked about the cops and the judges in this area just from this one case alone. Afroman lives there. He knows how dirty these scumbags are. That's the reason why he went in on them like he did, and he was right to do so. He broke those bastards, literally, broke them down to nothing, had them crying, okay, pretending to cry, on the stand, had them flustered, frustrated, ready to fight, humiliated. They looked as weak and pathetic as everybody knows them to be. A lot of people pointed out the obvious, that America is not a land of freedom when a court will dignify the police trying to attack a citizen for what is a clear exercise of their free speech. The fact that this incident even happened at all, that the guys in the society who are allowed to murder citizens and then claim legal immunity for it are also the very first ones to whine like babies because someone merely said something they didn't like. These idiots would have been far better off quietly withdrawing their half-brained lawsuit back in 2023 or 2024 or even 2025. Anything except actually bringing it to trial. But they're morons because they live in a society where white privilege is never punished. So they don't care how it affects other cops, same way they don't care how their behavior affects innocent citizens. Of course, they didn't think about the fact that this high-profile defeat would embolden other people to follow in Afroman's shoes. Because they never practiced being considerate of anyone else. They never had to before. There were no consequences for their behavior. Until now. They figured that qualified immunity and the other largely unconstitutional measures that lawmakers and judges illegally put in place to protect them meant that since they couldn't be touched by the law, it also meant that they shouldn't be touched by people's words either. White privilege, thugs with badges privilege, which is a subset of the same, It always results in satanic delusion.
Slave patrol.
Last word, Afroman said he plans to make his next album about the corrupt judge on this case, and I, for one, welcome it. I've said for over a decade that the job of crushing the enforcement arm of white supremacy will never be done until we start to identify and punish these corrupt judges who are protecting these criminals, the ones with or without badges.
That's probably why the damn sheriff shot the fucking judge on that case.
That means it has to be torn down entirely, root and branch. That's why the white media was so scared when people made a public crusade out of removing Judge Aaron Persky from the bench after he gave the rapist Brock Turner a slap on the wrist. That's not the kind of precedent they want set. Judges are part of how established white power gets to do an end run around the law and around juries. As the old lawyer saying goes, it's more important to know the judge than it is to know the law. That's certainly what those corrupt sheriff's deputies in Adams County were counting on. They knew that this good old boy judge, yeah, he's our buddy. He's going to go ahead. He's going to stack the deck for us. Yeah, but unfortunately for them, they had a jury that saw through the BS. Their attempt to try to put a chilling effect on citizens who call out police brutality and police criminality blew up in their faces. And Afroman, who had already made a little bit of money off of his past lampooning and ridiculing of these morons, now he's actually making some real money, and rightly so. Afroman got high, white racist cops got brought low. And that's music to my ears. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Cornell Sly, Amir Miller, Ronald Waits, Samora Morris, and Ikegas Dorset. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, before we get to Kanye, what are your thoughts about Afroman?
Okay, he's being set up, okay? And then also, too, he needs to sue the cops personally and not the taxpayers. You see what I'm saying? But he would have to go into court again to do that. And then with the, okay, what do they call that? The point that you're trying to make in court. I forgot what they call it, Che. You'll know what that is. That you would emphasize, why should the taxpayers pay for these cops, for these rogue cops, violation of the law, intentional law? The taxpayers should not have to pay.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor.
Personally. You see what I'm saying? Empty their bank accounts, take their house, put them in a cardboard box on the side of a freeway expressway saying that they'll work for food. Then that broad up there talking about what she did and all that, she's doing that for attention.
Hey, you know the only thing with that though, Shabaka, they'd have to get past qualified immunity.
Right.
Now we need to prosecute her.
I think they can get past that though, Che. I think Afroman can.
Cool Keezy.
What's up, Lady Che?
That's what he did.
But no, what I'm saying,
she needs to be held accountable. That's the same thing. What happened? That's always been happening. That's the same thing from Emmett Till all the way to now. Emmett Till is still happening again. She tried to Emmett Till him. He lied and made up some shit to get a brother, so they can go and off that brother.
Yeah.
Why didn't he?
They want to make up lies so they police force can come, do something to a brother.
And imagine if he'd have been on one and defended himself when they came in there with their quote legal warrant.
Yeah. Everybody got on code, from the judge to the DA to everybody. Right. They all got on code against that, brother. And nobody's being held accountable. Nobody went to jail for it.
Yeah.
They're gonna do it again to the next brother.
Cool. Right. Yeah, that's the sad part, Cool Keezy.
The next brother might not be Afroman. They might not have all his resources or whatever that he had to fight that off. And they might just, get
Afroman biggest resources. Afroman biggest resources was his balls.
Yeah.
He had to do that shit. Cause you know most folk we'll just fold because we got work, we got shit to do.
Hey, DSB, deuce and a quarters in the
Hey,
house. How you doing,
salute,
DSB
yeah.
225?
Our warrior brother in the house.
Yeah.
Shalom, bro, DSB.
Now, just like what Cool Keezy was saying right there, is that see, when you start hitting these cops personally, you see what I'm saying? That's the only way that shit is gonna change is because they got the taxpayers paying for it. And what is that there? You call that there, Brother Chair, a while back called qualified immunity, right?
Sabaka, he did that though.
And that's why we need some good mayors to say, my city ain't paying for you fucking stupid ass cops. You're fired and you gonna have to pay this shit.
Exactly. It's coming out your pension.
It coming out your pension, your 401k.
I think
Yeah,
there
they
should be a
still got
law
pensions.
against the law. I think that I see should come from this, or not just from this, but from stuff like this. Is that they should expand that immaterial law. Like you can't just call and make up some lies. If you call a lie, you go. That should be like a class 3 felony. You get like 10 to 32 for that.
But here's the thing though, Keezy. They already got the laws on the book like that. Let us make a false call against a white woman. They gonna throw us under the bus and under the. Like if we make a fake call,
you better not. It don't matter.
You
if it's
see
a
like
real
how
call or
girls
a
be.
fake call. If you call and you really are in danger from a girl or whatever, still they gonna show up and beat you up and take you to jail or kill you.
They had a case like that here in Las Vegas, Cool Keezy. They sure did. They had a case like this here in Las Vegas where this brother was with this Nabisco broad. She's abusing him. He called Metro for, being a victim. No, they didn't arrest him, Brother Che. They shot and killed him.
Yeah, they killed him.
Yeah, Nevada's Mississippi of the West.
Yeah, and then like you see girls be making false calls on niggas and shit all the time. Oh, she be the one beating the nigga up.
Something in place. Something needs to be in place to safeguard that because
they got the Karen Act.
But that's what I was saying though, Keezy and Tate. The laws is already there. They just don't enforce them. It's just like the illegal immigrant law. All we gotta do is go arrest the people that's hiring them.
Right.
And then all that shit will stop. The law is already on the books. They just not enforcing it because we got corrupt judges and corrupt police forces.
Yeah.
You ever try to go report somebody and the police give you the runaround? Yeah. Well, I don't know if we can make a case.
I've never made a report in my life.
No, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody steal your Amazon shit, just some regular shit.
I never made a report.
Well, I'm just saying, as me as a, you know what I'm saying, a bootleg citizen or whatever, I've made reports before, right? Like on some real, because I ain't in the streets or whatever, right? So, but when you make the report, look, I got rear-ended by a Mexican chick, and the cop tried to arrest me talking about making a false report.
Oh, hell no.
And I'm like, bro, I just came from the ATM. You can go see my car, dog. He talking about, well, she just tapped. She said she just tapped you, so it wouldn't make that much damage. I'm like, nigga, I got an 85 Monte Carlo. You know them box trucks. I mean, them box
cars.
Right. Them trunks ain't strong. Motherfucker, that shit'll bend up real quick.
Yeah. Right.
The cop tried to arrest me.
Then I got rear-ended by a Hispanic dude. I threatened to call the police. He started breaking bread.
Right.
I told his ass to go back to the bank.
I think this Mexican
chick. He had to top back. He went back to the bank and got more bread. I told him, nah, this ain't enough.
Hey, but that's legal. That's how it go. Why we need to get insurance involved? You just pay me right now.
$1,700 later, I didn't call no cops. I was like, yeah, you cool, you go.
Right. Let me go. I ain't even gonna call ICE on you.
$1,700.
You got a 1-year visa on me.
Cashed out.
But that's amazing how they tried to arrest me because I got rear-ended. You see how these people be?
Yep.
Like, there's no world where you can get rear-ended and it's your fault. Unless you change lanes and just slam the brakes.
Right. crazy. That's some crazy shit. All right, so moving along.
Well, see, but let me say this here, brother Chad. Yeah, it take me less than 10 seconds. You see, when you deal with these legal cases, man, particularly in civil court, it's chess, not checkers.
Yeah. So moving along, we got Kanye making this comeback.
That's really why I had to get up here.
So Professor gonna give us an update on that.
Keezy acting like me at the railroad.
Sir, and this is the moment of truth. Oh, don't call it a comeback. Kanye West is trying to test the waters to see if he can get back in the music game. But the same people who couldn't wait to bend over backwards to make excuses for the likes of John Davidson are now trying to lecture you and me that Kanye West has, quote, no excuse for the things that he said in the past. Well, at least the things that have been typified or deemed as anti-Semitic. Not surprisingly, these exact same people have absolutely nothing to say about the things Kanye West has said in the past that offended Black Americans. They didn't seem to have much to say about that at all. So what does that tell you? These are people who couldn't tell you Kanye West songs. And they don't care.
Keezy. That's why I jumped on here.
Proxy war. We'll get to that in a moment. Kanye West has offered at least something of an apology, but apparently we're told he didn't do it fast enough. That's the sin. Well, he offered an apology, or at the very least, a renunciation of some of that wild stuff that he was saying. And yet you got people who are going, well, he needs to grovel lower. He hasn't groveled enough. That's what this is really about. The reality is, though, Kanye West doesn't need to grovel. His comeback tour is actually off to a very strong start. According to Bloomberg, Kanye sold out 2 shows at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles just this past week, earning $33 million. According to sources familiar with the
sold it out twice.
Friday show earned more than $18 million in tickets
with no sponsors.
Declined to be identified because the data has been one of the highest grossing single shows in live music history. That's what the headline should be saying. Kanye West has put on one of the highest grossing single shows in live music history. That's what the headline
did it twice.
And it would be that if he was, say, Ted Nugent or Kid Rock or some other loser from the past, some other burnout who nobody cares about. That's what they would be saying. They were saying, well, Ted Nugent, it doesn't matter what he said about Black people. It matters was the huge he's had one of the highest grossing single shows in live music.
Hey, Keezy loving this. He's like, yes.
It doesn't matter what Black people say. They're always ready with that line. Whenever Black people point out some anti-Black racist who's being allowed to work in the industry, they did nothing wrong, we're always lectured and told, well, they're making skills. We just got
Kanye got something.
Bloomberg also reports that corporations, most of whom had distanced themselves from Kanye, are willing to do business with him again. And that's what lets you know what this is really about. What this is about is their attempts to basically try to raid his pockets, try to make sure that he would be permanently disenfranchised. Well, it didn't quite work out. Looks like Kanye West was able to bounce back after all. So now what they're trying to do is they're trying to cripple him out of the gate. And I say this is somebody who does not have any sort of sympathy or love in my heart for Kanye. This is not a man who I'm out here trying to put on the cape for. What I'm telling you is these would-be detractors of his, they don't care about the fact that he's Black and he can always be held up as an example of a Negro who needs to be put in their place. That's what this is really about. By their own admission, Kanye is making money again, big money. He's selling out stadiums in LA. The people want his music. They want to hear from him, even if you got some people who are still butthurt about some stuff he said back in the day. And corporations are willing to do business with them again. Sure, they'll sit there and say that Pepsi and some of these soft drink companies have pulled out of the London show that he's planning to do. But as far as these, there are other companies that are willing to do business with him regardless. And if he's selling out stadiums, as far as they're concerned, hey, the people have spoken. As long as Kanye stops saying stupid stuff, what should be the problem then? Nothing. There shouldn't be a problem. But the problem is that maintaining the steady drumbeat of scandal on a Black person, that's the entire assignment of the white media. That's the problem. far as they're concerned, we can't have some sort of paradigm of some black person who we ran into the ground. We trashed this guy, and now he's brushing all of the dirt that we threw on him off of him, and he's going to call himself rising like a phoenix. He's going to start making money again over our objections. We can't have that kind of precedent be set. I mean, that's only for white people. Black people are not supposed to be able to do that. So, since the attempt to try to crush Kanye West in the U.S. apparently hasn't been successful, at the very least, it's going to have to take some more effort on their part. He's already showing that he's stronger than their little anti-Kanye machine out there in the West. Now they're looking forward to Britain. Kanye is talking about doing a show over there in Britain, and on cue, the exact same people who were telling us just a little over a month ago that black people needed to get over their criticism of John Davidson. Oh, black people needed to just accept what had happened and move on. We can't just be demanding that people be apologizing forever. What are they saying to Kanye West? He needs to apologize forever. We're told by people like this guy, James O'Brien, that Kanye West having had an injury from a car accident, why, that's no excuse. And other people, they're putting out the headlines. Well, sure, he's bipolar, but is that an excuse, really? Have you ever heard them questioning anyone's mental disorder before or a mental disease? They certainly weren't doing it with John Davidson. They never questioned anyone's mental disease before. They've never said, well, just because someone's bipolar, that's no excuse for their behavior. You have never heard them say that before. Until now. Now, all of a sudden, being bipolar, well, that doesn't matter. We're not showing any sort of sympathy for people dealing with mental illness. Yeah, these exact same people were lecturing us just a month ago, no end, and they called themselves trying to finger wag in our faces, but their fingers fell off. And I was the one who said at that time, Kanye West was a perfect case study of the hypocrisy on display here, that these exact same people, they were not willing to allow for any sort of mental disease defense for Kanye West's behavior or the things that he had said. So why the world were we being lectured and being told that we're supposed to be making excuses for idiots like John Davidson? Racists like John Davidson should be getting the Kanye West treatment, and he would if he was black. Make no mistake, what's going on now, this is not about anything Kanye West said, any more than it was about anything that Kyrie Irving had retweeted on Twitter. This is about who he said it about, and the fact that he's not white. That's what the real issue is. Oh, how differently the British rhetoric is when it's not a white man throwing around anti-black slurs. All of a sudden, now it's a hanging offense. And also, these overnight critics of people with mental disorders conveniently say nothing about the insults Kanye West threw at the black community, such as saying that slavery was a choice. Apparently slavery's okay, right? The same way that Hollywood bestowed instant absolution on Mel Gibson because his Jewish friend, Robert Downey Jr., said that he had been out in the cold long enough. I think the phrase that Downey Jr. used was, he's hugged the cactus long enough. So that's what they do when they're dealing with a white person. Oh, we're going to go ahead and we're going to bestow instant forgiveness on them. We're going to say, okay, all is forgiven, and we're not going to be bringing this up anymore. We'll go ahead and let you live this one down as long as there's no relapses, right? But at no point did Downey Jr., Gibson, or anyone else say a word about Mel Gibson's anti-black rhetoric that he'd been spewing. Oh, as far as they were concerned, well, we're only concerned about the anti-Semitic stuff that you said, about Jews run the world and all of that. Nobody ever demanded that Mel Gibson offer an apology.
Sure the hell run Hollywood.
Anyway, or that he do anything to express remorse. So if he doesn't have to say that he's sorry for everything that he said and sorry to everyone that he offended, then why should Kanye West do so? Why is Kanye West some sort of special case exemption? He apparently needs to carry the weight of all of his sins until the white media feels that he's groveled long enough, at least to them. Especially when you consider that Kanye West is selling out arenas, even with the simultaneous attack campaign that he's under, it becomes doubly ridiculous. This is selective outrage, which means this isn't some moral crusade. This is just moral panic. It's political. And in the meanwhile, nobody's bringing up a true racist, John Davidson, but we're getting phony outrage that Kanye West is planning to do a festival in Britain. As if Britain didn't have any bigots before he showed up, right? Now, I find it to be doubly laughable that they're all in a tizzy about Kanye West and songs about Hitler because Prince Harry ran around with a swastika armband at a so-called party back in the day, and for some reason that was swept under the rug immediately, never mind the fact that the Nazis were bombing Britain when Harry's granny first took the throne. But of all the things that Harry has done, all these scandals and these social faux pas that he's been involved in, They allowed that swastika armband to conveniently fall down the memory hole. They weren't dragging it up, and last time I checked, Prince Harry doesn't have any sort of mental disorder.
They call that shit blitzkrieg.
So what's his excuse? And what's the excuse of the James O'Briens out there who are having a convenient fit of pique over this? What you're seeing is the final evidence that the defenders of John Davidson were never concerned about mental anything. John Davidson had a so-called tick. Kanye West, on the other hand, is legitimately bipolar. We got nothing but excuses for John Davidson. A man by his own admission knows what he's going to do before he does it. Kanye West, on the other hand, has been shooting for the lip for decades now. Now, obviously, we could tell Kanye West that he knows he's bipolar and that he knows that he doesn't think straight, so he needs to take his medication or to go to therapy or both or whatever he needs to do to keep himself on an even keel. Kanye West isn't making excuses for what he said, and John Davidson isn't making excuses either because he doesn't have to. He has all these little racists out here boldly saying that he doesn't have to apologize for anything. After all, he can't control himself. All right, then neither can Kanye West. Because we're not going to play the game of black people being held to standards while non-black people are held to none. The same trash who were saying that words aren't magic when we were calling out John Davidson, they're now saying that words are sorcery when Kanye West or any other black person says them. Now all of a sudden words do real damage. Words are not just magic. Words happen to be godlike. How many people have died from Kanye West's anti-Semitic remarks again? Anybody keeping a body count? So when are we going to see the free speech crowd out in force like they are whenever some anti-black racist says something?
Right.
Black people need to understand that entertainers, and this includes athletes, are seen as valuable in the white media only because they give them a black person with money and fame who they can take down and crush them and hold them up as an example. They get their jollies doing that. Now, of course, Kanye West gets no sympathy from me, but I'm not going to jump on the condemnation bandwagon either because truth be told, Kanye dug this hole, so it's up to him to claw his way out of it. And it's not like the man is broke or anything. Besides, anybody who's stupid enough to hang around with the likes of Amber Rose...
Show ain't broke. He just made $30 million.
Hanging away for Kim Kardashian of all people. Well, that guy pretty much is a lost cause. But I also want it to be understood that these critics of Kanye West, they would be attacking him regardless, just like they did with Kyrie Irving. Because if it wasn't this, it would be something else. And with Kanye showing that he still has support, the real danger is that trying to continue scandalizing him would backfire like it did when they tried to scandalize Kyrie Irving out of the NBA. But just ask bootlicking morons like Goldie Taylor how effective that is. She's still as scared as Rolling Stone was that black men who survive being canceled, I mean truly canceled, not the fake phony canceled like Fox News talks about, but black men who survive the white media blitz to try to erase them from the scene, if they manage to survive all that and make a comeback on their own terms, and they don't have to actually kiss any sort of white media person's behind to get there, if they decide that instead of groveling, they're just going to get on their grind, well, that would set a terrible precedent. That would be a horrible influence on those young black men who Goldie Taylor pretended to care about, when in reality, she has nothing but contempt for them. Because you see, those young black men, if they see someone like Kanye West do something like that, they just might start to lose their fear of the white powers that be, or their Negro bootlicks like Goldie Taylor, especially the white media in particular. Those young men, they see stuff like this, they might start paying attention to the support they have right in front of them and stop caring about whether they're getting nice headlines from a white media that never cared about them in the first place. And if black people, even though willfully deluded like Kanye West, were to start taking the white media's power away from them, now that's something they would really find offensive. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Mouse, Terrence Pitts, Shrampstein, Michael Anderson, and Kareem Lawless. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Damn, they called Keezy back to work. He posted, this is what he posted comment on.
Subscribe.
Hey, Shabaka, what was you
If
talking
you look
about?
have
My
y'all seen
bad.
some of the videos coming out of Africa
Say, cat, I told you don't say
where
nothing to
the
me,
Asian
man.
dudes be over there
What did I do,
slapping
Shabaka?
dudes? Have y'all seen some of them videos, man? Man, there's several videos like in Kenya and places like that, and where some of those Asian business owners be slapping dudes, slapping them African dudes. And we're like, hey, man, what's up? What y'all doing over there? And then they try to tell us, well, they slap you too, nigga. They be doing it to the Asians, do it to you, FBAs. Let me tell you something. I give you $500 if you show me a video of a goddamn FBA getting slapped by an Asian, a man. Now they might get off one on a sister. They might. I'll give you $500 fucking dollars if you show me a damn FBA man getting slapped by a damn Asian. Where they do that at? Nigga, where does that ever happen? Ever. I ain't never seen that. Ever. Never, ever, ever. They might get off on a sister. They might get off one on them. I ain't never see them do it to no FBA brother. Never. I don't know what you're talking about. Never. And another thing, though, they try to talk about, they try to rewrite history. You notice on some of these white supremacist websites, when they try to take little jabs at black people, they're like, yeah, we need those Korean rooftop store owners. There's like a little running joke where they use pictures from the LA riots in '92. They show these images of these Koreans that were standing on the roofs of their stores with rifles. So they always try to rewrite history to make it seem like those Korean dudes on the roof were regulating. Where the hell my LA people? Man, y'all know good and well they weren't shooting at us. Now they were going off, they were hitting Mexicans. They didn't fire one shot at no FBAs. I'm telling you firsthand. They didn't want them. Y'all know good and well they weren't bucking shots at no damn FBAs. Not one. Don't let these people lie to you. Them rooftop Koreans didn't. For the record, don't let nobody lie. I'm telling you what I've seen and what I fucking know because I was there.
Yeah, they're all
they
up and
didn't
down
buck a
on
shot
Western
at the
Avenue in
brothers.
Koreatown.
Not one. They didn't want that damn smoke. I promise you they didn't. They didn't want them problems. They were bucking on the Mexicans, but not the brothers. Don't let nobody lie to you. Please don't let nobody lie to you. Yeah? Yeah, people try to get slick after 30, 40 years. They start trying to rewrite history, and you're not doing that. No. Yeah, that's one thing I give South Central LA that. You ain't really running down on cats like that out there. Y'all remember during the whole Black Lives Matter riots and uprisings, when you had the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and all of that. And, you know, they like to test to see how far they can go. The Oath Keepers and all those little white supremacist groups start popping up because they started feeling like they got punked out because there was uprising and the streets was rising up around the country. So law enforcement was working with those guys. You know, law enforcement, some of those guys are clicked in with law enforcement. So y'all remember when they thought they were going to come out to South Central LA. Y'all remember that? The Oath Keepers and all these people.
Man, the Oath Keepers didn't want none of that fucking heat. They sure in the hell didn't. What happened, Brother Che? Okay, it appears we got a technical glitch.
What the hell happened to Jay? Where Jay at?
Can y'all hear me?
We hear you now.
Now we could hear you.
Okay. What are y'all thoughts on
Yeah,
Kanye?
Okay, well, if he's making a comeback, he's making a comeback because he's been through the ringer, you know what I'm saying? Because them damn Kardashians fucked him up. So I wish the brother to come back, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully he will learn from his past mistakes because, you know, he could boss back up off of 33 million. So off the 33 million, he's probably netting a 20. You know what I mean?
After taxes.
And Kanye could come up after that. And then in 1992, I was there in the rebellion, man. Them Koreans wasn't doing shit, man. It's because, see, they were upset because a lot of the brothers and sisters was targeting their businesses for what happened to our girl, Latasha Harlins.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Chay.
Which was murder in the first.
Crew.
Can you hear this?
Can I hear this?
Can you hear that?
No.
Okay. Shit. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to.
So as I was saying,
illusion of absolute power coming from these corporate entities that's starting to shatter now.
Can you hear that now?
They're on alert right now.
Yeah.
They are on alert right now, and they don't want this to become a precedent right here. The precedent is being set.
That's Tyreek live right now on TikTok, right? But he's saying it's a precedent being set because they try to cancel Kanye, right? Because of what he said.
Yeah.
But Ye is backed up by us, the community. Can't nobody cancel him. You get me? Y'all try to cancel him. He's saying what we all been thinking. You know, so like, how you gonna cancel him? We just showed you he's uncancelable. He just sold out SoFi Stadium and broke their record 2 days in a row. That's like you being mayor and then being governor just based off us on YouTube.
Yeah.
You get me? Ain't no ADL, no, you know, Black Caucus. None of these people support you. Only us FBA on YouTube and Twitter and all of that grassroots support.
Yeah.
And they be like, oh, hey, you probably need to get a haircut or do this, do that. Man, nigga, I'm coming in here like this and I'm saying what I'm saying.
Right.
And I'm standing on my business, and the people support me because they been supporting me. I ain't get down 45. I'll be 45. You ain't get 30-something years old, 38. You get me?
39.
By people not supporting you, right?
Right.
You got where you got. The reason you feel so good about running for mayor again is because of the support you got the last time.
Well, yeah.
You get me? Like, if you felt you ain't get no support, then why would you do it? No, but we support you. And it's like, okay, well, this was support, but it's not enough. So we're going to do it better next time. You know, I learned from my loss and, you know what I'm saying? Keep going.
Right.
But, like, that's what Ye is doing. Like, Ye, man, if you saw that concert and the stage he had set up, this nigga standing on top of the world with a beam me down, like, from somewhere else higher up. I don't know if it's God or the aliens or whatever. But to me, Kanye throw the greatest concerts ever. Like, I've been to Wu-Tang concerts. I've been to a bunch of concerts.
Yeah,
Rick Ross, Wack. But Ye has the best concerts.
Yeah.
And then also, too, Brother Che, as you know, SoFi Stadium, man, sits where Hollywood Park used to sit at because they tore down Hollywood Park and built SoFi Stadium. And I think they tore down the Forum too and made it all inclusive. In fact, I'm sure they did. And that's
let me ask you this though, Shabaka. Is there a bigger stadium than SoFi? Like a bigger venue, maybe like New York, the Met Stadium or something. But there's nothing bigger than SoFi, is there?
Say, Cat, didn't I tell you not to say nothing to me, man?
Jesse, is there a bigger stadium than SoFi?
I don't think so.
This is the America in LA. You get me? Like, what bigger venue is there?
All right, crew, I'm going to answer one question. The biggest venue in LA that you want to do a concert at, man, would be the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, where they're going to bring you to the Olympics in 2028.
Okay, thanks. But SoFi ain't so far behind, though, is it? Especially as a concert.
Yeah, that's
like
big.
you would do the Olympics. You have to, yeah, you bringing the whole world there, right? So it got to be a bigger stadium. But like just for like music,
Yeah, that's big.
you know what I'm saying? Like SoFi, Michael Jackson would have sold that out. You get me?
Right.
But it's like, yeah, what bigger stadiums are there? You know, you got the Mets. You got the indoor, the basketball arenas,
Mm-hmm.
and then you got the football fields.
Right.
What's bigger than that? Especially in LA, Chicago, New York. You know, you got the Superdome out in Louisiana.
Yep.
But it's like, man, they should have put Ye on the damn Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, he probably is going to mention him, Shabaka. But that's not even the video.
Yeah. He's got, see, man, anytime that you talk about the rebellion in Los Angeles in 1992, Brother Chad, you got to mention the Latasha Harlins cases, because that's why the Korean businesses were targeted, is because Soon Da Ju, they only gave her 5 years summary probation when it was clearly a case of murder one. And we all know summary probation means, man, just don't get in trouble again. Formal probation means, man, you got to go report to the to the probation officer. You're saying that was clearly
that sound
murder
like
in the first degree.
That sound like in Illinois they got supervised and unsupervised.
Yeah.
So supervised, yeah, you go check in, you go piss every month, but unsupervised is just don't get in no trouble.
Right. Yep. They got the same thing in Colorado. All right. So that wasn't even the topic I was going to go to. Shabaka, the next topic is Democrats hosted a Blacc event panel, then pulled a bait and switch.
Oh, you talking about that one that Tyreek went to?
Why am I not surprised?
With all the Democrat shields?
Why am I not surprised? And this happened in Los Angeles, right?
Hey, you got to show the you got the link on Tyreek where he showed where he was there?
Yes. Oh, that one I got on Twitter.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah, just go to my Twitter page. It should be up there.
No, okay. No, I was trying to see if you had it, because I was going to send it to you if you didn't have it. That's all.
No, I was going to play his TikTok.
Okay. I'll put the
Come on now. Well, somebody said FBI is a spell. Who is this talking? All right. Aisley, Miss Aisley, hop on in.
I gotta rewind it.
Okay, you one of these people with these.
So that's what I was saying. That's all I was saying, Che.
All right.
Just for
you got one of these
for
janky
reference for the
accounts?
rest of the chat.
Oh, Black, who is this?
You know,
Black
so you
Reed?
can see.
Hop on
Where's
in.
Goddess Navi at?
What you say? I'm doing what again?
She don't listen to the playback.
Hop on in, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got some trolls in here. Hop on in, Black Girl Reads. I'm doing what again?
Come on, man.
Hop on in. Yeah. Say it with your chest. Hop on in here, ma'am. Don't just say stuff in the chat. All right, yeah. Y'all saying a lot of stuff in the chat, but y'all won't come up here and say it. All right. Yeah, that Black Girl Reads is a Puerto Rican damn tether who does a lot of trolling and denigrating our lineage, but your punk ass got arrested for taking a gun to school as a teacher. That Black Girl Reads woman, that's a Puerto Rican tether who goes out of her way to disrespect our damn lineage and lies about us all the time. And she's...
Here we go.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Powerful and lovable.
That stupid ass.
I love him so. Big Mensa. And who knew?
Hey, Jay, put it full screen.
I'm trying, bro.
Amazing.
Okay.
Consciously.
No, I didn't know if he had put these clips at the beginning of the video. That's why I put them in the chat.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we're gonna do the same thing that we did in the previous.
That shit got me. I was like, oh, that's Tyreek with the camera?
Yeah. And I travel the world telling my story. Telling my story of being a Black trans man, telling my story of being brought up in a Black.
I'll bet you conscious leader and pissed his pants.
Oh, yeah, you know.
Brought up in this family full of love and acceptance.
Vic Mensa talking to his Ghanaians like, man, do I need to come back home?
Did this dude just say that he was a trans?
Yes.
That it's only one dimensional.
God damn.
These are these Democrats, Shabaka. Golly.
That's a woman, Shabaka.
Nothing like that. My family don't play about it.
Today, out
Shabaka, that person was born with a coochie.
Woman, that ain't no
goddamn woman, man. I don't see any estrogen
Democrat
anywhere.
shield shit
That's a woman that
where they had this.
Pause it, Jay, so Shabaka can hear you and run it back. Show Shabaka that person was actually born with a coochie.
Yeah, that's a woman, Shabaka.
X chromosome.
Hold on. And then she called herself as a man, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's what Tyree was talking about. It was a transsexual woman, like a dude that turned into a woman, and it's also a woman that turned into a dude, and these are the people speaking. Like that dude with the beard is actually a woman, probably somebody's mama.
On that shit there, I'm speechless. Shit, I don't know what to say on that one. Damn.
Powerful and lovable. Is that okay if I say that? I love him so.
Like I bet you that girl with the military hat on, that's probably a dude.
Oh my God.
And I bet you Conscious Lee is actually a woman.
Amazing. Consciously.
Yeah, look at him. I mean her. Whatever.
All right, so we're gonna do the same thing that we did in the previous.
Oh, they don't want to see Tyreek with his Ray-Bans.
I'm a professional storyteller, and I travel the world telling my story. Telling my story of being.
That's a woman, Shabaka.
Being brought up in a Black working class family
With a fake beard, no chest.
Brought up in this family full of love and acceptance.
That's why it's not a man's chest. Even Vic Mensa got a man's chest.
Liberation is what it does is starts to chip away this dominant narrative that Black love can only look one way.
Wide shoulders. You see? Even Conscious Lee got wide shoulders. This is a woman talking, Shabaka. A woman with a beard and a bald head.
Today, out here in LA, speaking of boots on the ground, they had some Democrat shield shit where they had this, they were promoting it as a Black radical theory meeting or whatever. I'm like, okay. Yeah, Black radical this and Black radical that. And they had these people on the panel. They had Van Lathan, and Van is my guy. Van is a good dude. Van Lathan is good.
A damn coon.
Van Lathan is a cool brother. That's my guy.
But remember what he said about like even what's her name, right?
Vic Mensa.
Yeah.
Like
they had
sometimes at least if you call me when you're cooning out,
and I'm cool
I'll
with
deal
her
with
too.
you.
Right.
She was
You get me?
one of the heads of
But
Black
don't
Lives
coon
Matter
out
Los Angeles.
and don't
so
call
I'm
me
cool
about
with
it.
I'm cool with her. And they had Conscious Flea. Oh. And somebody said, yeah, they got this. They got all of them going to do a little panel at Cal LA. I was already at the museum earlier. There was a lot of folks at the museum today. I said, oh.
Yeah, because we're not sure if he's really FBA.
Well, let me bust this U-turn real quick. I ain't really that far. So I pulled on up. It was cool. I pulled up just to see what was happening. Because, you know, the Democrats always got their shields attacking me and all that shit. So I'm like, well, let me go pull up. Let me go sit up in here and, you know, gauge the temperature. No, I was cool. I didn't. No, I went up. I was up there cool. I was just up there looking and listening. I just went on, let my presence be there, let my presence be known. I went up there and spoke to Van. Shout out to my brother. Shook hands with Vic Mensa. You know, I was very cordial.
Big man.
I didn't say shit to Conscious Flea.
No, that's why he said that, Che. Because he knows he's ops with Vic Mensa, that tether from Ghana with a white mama.
What they got to say? What's this black radical shit they talking about? Nigga. Man,
I wouldn't have been that cordial.
Palestine.
Replug your mic.
They
man.
talking
you know,
about Iran. The host was a
look. When a producer say his mic ain't working, he probably knows what's going
on my Twitter. Right. So it was a trans woman who was a host. There was another white woman who was a host. It was a bunch of white liberals there, some black people there. Oh, it was.
Like Che, you know the only time you can tell me when I say my mic ain't working, like crew, are you drunk?
So
like that's the only time. Like
I was trying to tell
y'all, I know it every other time.
And then they'll have.
I'm trying to tell y'all that this episode is funny as hell.
Trans woman, but the trans person.
Tariq getting ready to roast the shit out of some people at the end
for like 30 minutes about how important.
You saw that?
Okay.
That girl boy.
Dude.
Yeah, there's a trans girl and a trans dude. It's real confusing, this bullshit here.
Man, this Democrat Hillary Conscious Flea is.
That's why I don't be dating like that.
Right. I don't know what he was talking about.
What you laughing at, Sabaka?
The trans woman called this other trans dude up. That's what I posted the video.
And do you know if you crumb bomb on the motherfuckers in California, man?
I don't want to confuse y'all. So the trans woman was a dude who turned into a woman. So the
imagine
trans
getting
woman
mad,
was talking,
set tripping on that dude that's really a girl. Like this nigga shoulder bump you at the gas station. Like what nigga?
Come up.
Oh, fuck your ass.
And then the motherfucker punch you soft as hell.
So the trans dude was a woman who
punch you soft as hell.
And they start talking about how important trans is to the community, and
I thought you was a dude. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of my
I know you was a girl, bitch ass nigga. You got sideburns too long, nigga.
I'm like, oh my God, what are you?
How the girl got a beard and a bald head?
Man, I'm like, okay, where's the black radical shit? And the trans dudes just talked for another 30 minutes, just went
bitch, if you got sideburns, I'll hit you in the jaw.
There's that, man. So this is this black.
The motherfucker ain't got no shoulders, Keezy.
It was a trans lives matter. Right?
Like you can tell that punch ain't coming from nothing. The motherfucker ain't got no shoulders.
I said, man, okay, they want to lose.
Please,
that's what they gonna be on. They in there talking. This is supposed to be black radical thought, and they're talking about transgenders, Palestine, and Iran.
Yo, your man beat your ass,
dude. The Democrats out of their damn minds, man. These folks do not get it. And there was a bunch of white liberals in there. Okay, dude.
Oh, here come my tether supervisor. Watch this, y'all.
They want to lose.
Man, don't get in trouble, Cool Keezy.
How you gonna get in trouble? He gonna get his supervisor deported.
But yeah, I'm up in there.
What's up, man?
To see what I wanted to gauge.
What are you doing?
So yeah, don't let them.
You must get to work.
So yeah, I'm gonna be pulling up on a lot of these things.
Keep the mail down the hall.
I'm gonna do pop-ups on a lot of these joints. I'm not gonna announce nothing. I'm just popping up because since the Democrats they're gonna start targeting me real heavy. They done gave a lot of dark money to these organizations to target me. I'm just gonna start popping up at a lot of their shit, and it can go either way. It can be friendly or not. I just say that the shit can be friendly. Today it was very friendly, or it could be something else. I can go in there dolo, or I can go in there not dolo.
And Tariq,
what
you know,
Roland
LA
said?
County, they pull this tape
Roland
up on
said,
you
"Don't
saying
listen
that
to
shit,
Tariq
man,
for the."
and
They
been
always say
convicted.
that. Yeah.
That's for real.
Go ahead, Keezy. I mean, Crew. Crew. Ray Gun.
Yeah, this episode was too funny, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, this shit is hilarious.
Yeah, let's get to it. So I'm ready to laugh.
Somebody asked me to
Now,
pause.
now, let me ask you this here,
Yeah.
y'all.
No,
I'm
no,
wondering,
no.
man, if these huh?
No. I gotta finish the clip. Somebody had asked me to pause it. That's all.
No, I said pause it for Keezy to go in because I know Keezy was finna go in. That's
No.
all.
I want to let it play through so we can all, gather our thoughts and hear what they saying, because it's really getting ready to get
They
funny.
always say
We're gonna
Okay.
be
No, I heard you.
entertained.
Hey, Keezy, I heard you.
Tariq is
You was
hard to
finna.
listen.
Yeah, they begging
Like, he
people
has
not to
more
listen to
patience.
me.
Tariq
Oh
has a
yeah.
lot more patience than
Well, I'm gonna
me.
start
I would have
showing
hung
up.
up a
Y'all say
long
that
time
shit to
ago.
my damn
Hey,
face.
I'll be
That's
back
what
in
I'm
5
on.
minutes, but I'm listening.
Y'all come out here, say that
I'll be
shit
back in time
fucking
for us to
chest.
go in on it.
All right.
Yeah, if you come out here, yeah, we gonna see your ass. Yeah, all that keyboard banging shit. We ain't on that. Cause yeah, they done stepped up their targeting of me, so they gonna have to do that shit in person now. That's what I'm on.
Well, Tariq sound like you got you some
That's
gum.
what I'm on right now. It's all the way up. Man. Oh my
I'm gonna
goodness.
send that nigga some peanut brittle.
Let me see who we got in here. Let's everybody come on in the room.
Damn, man.
Everybody come on in here.
Not the peanut brittle,
Yeah,
man.
you're gonna hear a lot of
Oh,
that. Don't listen to
man.
me shit. There's a reason why they're telling you that. Don't listen to me. Because I'm not bought and paid for. I don't do that. Yeah, I don't get these political parties checks to sit here and undermine the community because I didn't got a check from me. I don't do that. I don't do that. We see where Roland, where the money comes from with Roland. We see it. You see? Yeah. So yeah. They know I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. That's the thing. And they know that I'm very thorough. Like I said, I'm one of the most thorough cats out there, if not the most. I say what I mean and mean what I say. I do what I say and say what I do. If I say I'm gonna do something, that shit is gonna get done. And they know that. They know that. And they think that's dangerous because I'm all about tangible results. I don't do all that jaw jacking and running them out. No. We got to get tangible results.
Oh, definitely no whoopie.
That's what I'm on. Because right now, family, the whole thing of just people out there just talking a good game and just keep... No, we're going to have to show some damn receipts. You're going to have to show things. We got to get to that point. We got to start showing shit. That's why a lot of the tethers, boy, they were mad. Boy, the tethers are mad because I told the truth about Marcus Garvey. Y'all heard that, last week I did a broadcast with that
Here it
debating with that
comes.
woman from England.
He's about to go in on Garvey.
Telling y'all the truth about Marcus Garvey. And boy, the tethers are so mad. All the tethers are mad. I don't give a damn about you being mad. You tell me where I'm lying, though.
Right.
You tell me where the hell I'm lying.
It would be nice if you do what
I
I
say
do.
what I said. He insulted Marcus Garvey. That nigga insulted my... Yeah, I'm going to say it. I'm going to double down. Marcus Garvey was a fat tether. Okay? You don't like it? Prove me wrong. He was a fat-ass tether who didn't accomplish shit. He didn't get nothing tangible done. All right? He was a fat-ass tether.
Yeah.
All right? Fucking up.
Yeah.
Let's be real. He talked a good game. When he mobilized, had one of the biggest black movements. Well, yeah, he capitalized on some shit that was happening over here. Over here during World War I, when he came over, around that time, there was a lot of race riots and lynchings going on, and it was the Red Summer of 1919. So there was a lot of shit going on around the country. So he came over doing that pie in the sky. Oh, Africa, there's a better place in Africa. It's going to be better over there. So yeah, there was a friendly ear to that at that time because we were going through so much direct terrorism there. But it was all a damn game. That's the reality. It was a game. It wasn't popping in Africa like that. Marcus Garvey never went to Africa. That man never set foot in Africa. The movement that he had wasn't going to work at all. Do y'all understand that? No, nobody was going to Africa. That wasn't going to happen because he didn't have anything sold up over there. The goal was allegedly to go to Liberia. Liberia was like, hey, we don't really fuck with Garvey like that. Y'all know that? He didn't secure anything in Liberia. Liberia wasn't fucking with Garvey. Y'all better do your research.
That's crazy.
He didn't have shit going on over there in Liberia. And Liberia was like, yeah, when you really asked the president over there, they were like, yeah, we don't fuck with Garvey like that, to be honest. I don't know what he's talking about. You weren't fucking with Garvey?
Right.
Yeah, the Liberians, they were up here trying to make a deal with that Firestone dude, the rubber guy, Harvey Firestone. They were trying to make a deal with him, with the white man. They weren't trying to fuck with Garvey. They're like, yeah, we don't really support Garvey. A lot of folks don't know that. So there was nowhere to go in Africa anyway. And
the rubber was coming from.
And Garvey was messing with the Klansmen.
We got some little janky ass ships. The dudes didn't know how to work them. They didn't know how to sail. The people were crazy as cat shit. Garvey and them niggas fighting.
It was Firestone and Goodyear.
Captains, they literally fist fight, just tether shit. It was a mess. Come on, man, we got to tell the truth about this shit. It was a mess, and then he was promoting one ship that he didn't have. That's where the scam thing came in. That's how he got charged. Then when his dumbass went to court, he fired his lawyer and tried to represent himself. That's why he lost. He lost because his big fat dumbass is in there trying to plebiscite babble and represented himself. Let's tell the truth about this nigga. Damn. The fuck out of here with all this old rewriting history. And he was a fuck up. All right? Damn. Let's just tell the truth. Someone said it sounds like Umar. Yeah, we just got to be real. And this was fucking up. And the black community knew that then. They were like, this nigga is the worst. He don't know what he's doing. He just saying shit. Get him out of here. Y'all, come on. The black community then knew he was full of shit, to be honest. That's why they had the Garvey Must Go movement. They were like, they called him a Jamaican jackass. They knew he was a tether. All right? Tell me I'm lying. Where am I lying? Somebody said, I'm not telling the truth about Garvey. Get your ass in here and tell me where I'm lying. Ashton, tell me where I lied, Ashton.
Ashton sounds white.
And that name sounds Jamaican. All right, so that's a Jamaican name, Ashton. Ashton, you're Jamaican, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Where are you with a name like that? That's Caribbean. Where are you from?
Well, first off, Tariq, my name's not Caribbean, South African descent, but I am from the United States. I'm Black American.
Your name is African?
You just assume anything.
Okay, where's your family from? Come on, you know what I'm asking you. Where's your family from?
We're not going to go into that, Tariq.
Okay, dude. Okay, now that you're ashamed to let folks know that you come from a foreign background.
It's not about being ashamed. Yeah, I'm not going to get.
Yeah, it is a shame. It's a shame. You're ashamed to let us know because I know you come from a foreign background just by your name, sir, and just by your accent. I can hear your accent. So the fact that you don't want to let us know where you're from, all right, you're a coward. You're okay. I like to know who I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a coward. So now that we're dealing with a coward, you're not going to be talking in good faith.
You're going to disrespect someone like Marcus Garvey? You're the coward.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I told the truth about
every other black person.
He was a
In
tether.
my
Like
opinion, there, Tariq, all that
failed.
there is unnecessary, Tariq.
Now, where did I lie?
It's not unnecessary, Sabaka.
That's what
What you
shows
mean?
you that you don't know.
What did he succeed?
You see a lot.
What did he succeed in?
He may not succeed everything, but he did succeed.
At what?
What have you succeed, Tariq?
That's now you
That's
sound like a
you.
punk.
What have you
Now you
succeed?
sound like a punk.
The punk is you.
Everything.
Where are these sassy niggas coming from tonight? Look at the punk is you. The punk is you. Where are these sassy punks coming from? So you can't debunk anything that I said. You just wanted to come up and be sassy.
No, I came up to say that what you're saying is wrong about Marcus Arthur. That's why.
But you didn't prove it though. You haven't proven anything I said wrong.
He hadn't, like I said before.
All you doing is like, what about you, Tyreek? That's not disproving anything. That's called deflection. Sir. What about you, Tyreek? It's a deflection. Okay, where did I say that was a lie about God?
Disrespectful about a person like Marcus
I don't
Arthur.
have to respect somebody who scammed folks and who
He didn't
was
scam
running the game. I don't
See,
have
that
to.
showed you that you don't know
He
anything
was
about
he was a
Marcus Arthur or
failed
his
tether
powers.
like you. He was a failed tether like you.
No, you're the person who failed is you. You're the person who failed. With this FBA shit, you failed. What have you accomplished?
How do I fail my lineage? How do I fail a lineage?
So that's all who you are is just a lineage. You haven't
How do I
accomplished
fail a lineage? That
You
don't
haven't
make no
accomplished
sense. You just saying shit.
anything.
How do
I
I
used to
fail a
follow
lineage?
you too. I used to like admire you.
You follow
But ever
me now, punk. You follow me now,
follow
Miss
you.
Thing, but you follow
I
me
do
for the
not
wrong
follow you.
reasons.
I do
You
not
follow
follow
me
you.
now. Yes, you are. You up here now. You got a poster of me now. You probably got the mouth
No,
cut.
that motherfucker wouldn't be talking to me like that.
So
The hell are you talking about?
okay, yeah, get your wide bussy ass up out of here. How about that? I used to follow you, Tyreek. You follow me now, punk. Calling him being sassy. You notice he didn't disprove anything. All he did was call up and try to deflect. What about you, Tyreek? Let's talk about you. No, nigga. Little sassy thing. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, whatever. Marcus Garvey was a musty tether who failed. All right. He didn't have shit popping. There was nobody was going to Africa. Nobody wasn't doing shit. He came over and ran game and then got deported and failed in Jamaica and took his ass over there to Britain. All right. That's the reality. I don't have to respect that because y'all made a false martyrdom out of that dude. No, we got to tell the truth. We got to tell the truth. Garvey failed. And that failed mindset, we don't need it no more. We got to start producing. We got to start coming with it. We got to start doing shit. Whatever you say you're going to do it. Marcus Garvey did not have no running ships. He didn't have no land secured over in Africa, nowhere. He never stepped foot in Africa. It was a game, man.
A whole lot
All
of
right?
cat.
Yeah.
And we've had enough of that. That same Garvey shit pops up now with some of the conscious people. That same failed Garvey mentality. You talk a good game and everything is damn janky. Man, I was about to get the ships, but what happened was, well, I was about to, but what had happened was my HVAC and the fuck all that. Damn all
dude.
that, man. It's time to produce. Get some stuff out there. Get shit done. Everything I say I'm going to do, I have done it all. If I say I am going to produce a movie about this, I produce a movie about that. Every single one. And all of my movies have been #1 movies. My films are taught in schools around the world.
Yeah.
My films are taught in universities, high schools, private schools, literally around the world. All right?
How many times you got banned, Tariq? If
And I
you
said
ain't
we're
got
going to
banned,
get
you
a
ain't impressing me.
museum.
I get
Stop
banned
That's
it.
all
Stop
exactly what we did. We
talking.
got a
Stop
museum
interrupting.
and we got it popping.
Yes,
There was a
we
bunch
got
of folks
banned
up there
from
today. We
UK.
had a bunch of people up there today. That's why I was up there. It was packed up there today. There's a bunch of people in there. They had a tattoo pop up in there. A lot of folks up in there today. Popping. So yeah, we create a space that's community based. People come and have community events at our venue all the time. That's why everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com and you make your contribution to the Hidden History Museum. Hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Everybody make a contribution,
Black
whatever
News
it
Channel.
takes. But yeah, we produce. We got staff, we got people working. Yeah, we got a payroll. We have people working. Y'all can go up there. It's just open Monday. You can go there Monday. 2131 West Jefferson Boulevard. Take your ass on up there Monday.
I've been to it,
Come on
Tariq.
now. Let's just do shit. If you say you're gonna do it, let's just do it.
Half
Stop
block
making
west
all
of
these damn
Arlington off of
excuses.
Jefferson.
When I say we're gonna bring thousands of people to DC to put reparations on the forefront, that's exactly what the hell we did. That's why people are talking about reparations now. We did that on the grassroots. We put that on there. We pushed that line. That's why they're up at the UN trying to wrestle the reparations conversation away from the grassroots. We're not letting them do that. You better believe the only reason they got their ass up at the UN talking about reparations is because the grassroots put that shit out there. We put that out there.
Yep. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. There's a reason why these people are telling y'all to stop listening to me. There's a reason why, because I'm gonna tell you fucking real. I ain't about to do that garbage shit and just say shit and nothing happens. No, I'm all about results. I'm all about some damn results. Oh, we got Tether New in here. We got Tether New the Fed. Lord. Tether New the damn Fed. Man, and this is a Tether New. Don't you get tired of you? That's another thing. You failing, dude. You go in these spaces trolling nonstop, and it don't do nothing. That shit don't work at all. Well, you make that makes the delineation movement pop off even more. I don't think you tethers realize that. You tethers don't realize that. Yeah, he's an op. Yeah. But we're used to it. But yeah, us on the grassroots, we're not playing with your ass. Do y'all understand? This is not only a tangible delineation movement, it's a spiritual movement. See, that's the thing. We're backed up with spiritual ancestral energy. That's why this thing is unstoppable. So y'all tethers trying to create fake leaders and all that to attack fake leadership, and that's why you fail it. You're failing miserably. That shit ain't working.
Right.
That is not working. This is a spiritual movement. Y'all not getting it. Or the ancestors are talking. Y'all remember when the president of Ghana went out there to New York and went out there to the cemetery with that wreath laying bullshit, disrespecting our ancestors up there like Bishop and Juice coming to the funeral after you done unalive somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah, he pulled a bishop.
That's the basis for my
Going up
video with
there
Dave today.
plotting on our damn ancestors.
Hey,
And let me tell you something. Y'all remember our sister Brooke was up there? Sister Brooke was up there on the bullhorn on their ass. Some
They
of y'all
gonna
forget
follow you
Sister
back home.
Brooks, she
And
was
they
barking
followed
on them. And she said, listen, I hope the ancestors follow your ass home. Y'all remember when Sister
Super
Brooke
flood.
said that?
Yep. Yep. I
Sister
remember.
Brooke
Super
said,
flood last
I
week.
hope the ancestors follow your ass home.
Yep.
What happened when they went back to Ghana?
Ghana got flooded.
A damn flood.
Yeah.
A damn flood hit them. Yeah, you can't tell me this ain't a spiritual damn movement.
Right.
Come on. Come on now. Well, somebody said FBI is a spell. Who is this talking? All right.
Follow you back.
Aisley, Miss Aisley, hop on
That's
in.
fine. Let FBA be a spell.
Okay, you one
That's
of these
fine.
people with these janky accounts. All right. You got one of these janky accounts.
Oh man.
Hold on, Black. Who is this? Black Girl Reads. Hop on in.
Oh yeah, I remember Black.
What you say? I'm doing what
That's
again?
one of Tahaka Bay's girls.
Hop on in, ma'am. Yeah, we got some trolls in here. Hop on in, Black Girl Reads. I'm doing what again?
Pull some data on Garvey, brother.
Hop on
Check.
in.
Okay.
Yeah. Say it with your chest. Hop on in here, ma'am. Don't just say stuff in the chat. All right, yeah, y'all saying a lot of stuff.
How you
in
like
the
my
chat.
flags, Chango?
Say it.
Yeah, they're dope.
I sent you both of them.
All right.
Yeah,
that Black Girl Reads is a
You just
Puerto
gotta
Rican
zoom in
damn
on them
tether
so they don't
who does a lot of
so they don't
trolling
clip.
and denigrating our lineage, but your punk ass
they're not
got arrested for taking a gun to school as a teacher. That Black Girl Reads woman, that's a Puerto Rican tether who goes out of her way to disrespect our damn lineage.
Yeah.
And
So she
lies
brought a
about
gun to
us
school
all the
as a
time.
teacher for what? To use
She's
on
a
the
damn
kids?
Puerto Rican tether who got arrested down in Florida.
Like who was you finna use it
She's
on?
a teacher who took a damn gun to school.
Tahaka Bay's girls.
Yeah.
Like I bring my guns everywhere, but still, you give me.
Yeah, these
I know who I'm finna
weirdo-ass
use them on
tethers trying to come in our mix.
if I have to.
A blast if I have to.
Yeah, she won't get on. Yeah, I invited you to get your ass on. If you got something to say,
I'll
say
blast
that.
if I have to. You sound like you listening to one of my old songs.
Say
Che.
that.
No, I sound like ESG.
Get on here and say that.
Well, he sound like me.
Yeah, you co-signing other
was like a
feds.
decade before you.
I didn't lose to anything.
Man, well, I was saying
Dude
it a decade
lost
before you
majorly
heard
in
of
court.
DSB.
Your Fed partner owes my insurance company money.
In 95. You are
Yeah, your Fed partner, his ass owed
I
my
sure
insurance
was.
company money. They sent him a bill.
I've been
He
making
owes my
music
insurance
since
company money.
84.
Your Fed partner, who done got caught up in
Since I
court
started
several
taking piano
times,
lessons in 84.
who got stalking charges on him.
Man,
Yeah,
put
your
me in a
Fed
classification
partner,
with dirt.
fucked up majorly.
Man,
Don't let
no.
this, your Fed partner lie to you.
That's how old Shabaka is. I'm
He
way
took
older than
major
that.
L's. That's why he owes my insurance company. They pulled a whammy bammy on his deformed ass.
Say, you stupid motherfucker. I told you to keep your my goddamn name out your motherfucking mouth, punk, and I ain't fucking with you, man.
Come on, let's get some folks in here.
Well, that's on you, man.
All right. Yeah, yo weirdo chick up here taking a damn gun to school with some kids. That's why you can't teach in Florida no more. Weirdo.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, Chuck.
Yeah, we see you.
And we doing Shabaka's Black Experience, and hands tomorrow. Crew ain't allowed. All right, y'all have a
you gotta
nice
watch
night.
these tethers. All right, let me get some
What
folks
did I
in
do
here.
to Shabaka?
Shout out to everybody.
Oh no,
in
he's
here.
still salty about
All
that.
right.
What did I do
Y'all
to her
raise your
last
hand
night?
if you're ready to get up, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hand if you are ready to get up. Yeah, she's a low life.
Last time he was on.
She looks smoked out too. All right.
Carry on with the show.
Excuse me. All right, y'all raise your
I
hands.
thought me and Shabaka was
raise
getting
your
along.
hands. Raise your
Yeah,
hands.
apparently he doesn't think.
Where's Revenue? You in here, Tether New?
Cause I stopped going in on Shabaka.
Yo, Tether New, are you in here, Tether New?
I said he just has to learn the FBA,
Man.
and he's getting around here too. The FBA stuff. What did I do to Shabaka?
Let's get Tether New in here.
You just don't like your.
All right. Okay. Who is this? Okay. I keep getting these damn Persian people. Hold on one second. I keep getting this damn Pakistan. Ma'am, stop.
Do you know how it is when people that smell good be around people that stink?
Stop.
You know.
Pushing the damn button, ma'am. I'm not playing no game with your ass. Stop.
أرجوك يا أخوي وين جيم؟
Stop pushing the goddamn button, ma'am.
عندي بيبي على الحليب.
I don't give
The
a damn about
baby,
no
the baby,
Similac.
the
Stop pushing
baby.
the button. You keep pushing
She
the
always
damn
there with
button.
the
I'm
baby.
finding your ass for a reason.
ايش عارفه الله هذا اجنبي.
Get your ass off here. Did he say, he sound like he said the N-word in Pakistani language?
Gosh, now, baby. What the hell?
Yeah, it sounded like her dude said the N-word in Pakistan language. Her man came through. They're trying to run a game. Get your asses out of here. Sound like that was a racial slur he said in another language.
Gosh, he's young and then cut it off. Like, what the hell?
We got
Get the hell
Blacc.
out
You
of
just
here.
missed Shabaka.
Like this person here, they keep.
Salute,
Man,
Blacc,
get
dog.
your sassy ass out of here.
Do I gotta watch the last stream to see what the hell Shabaka mad at me about?
Damn, you and your damn Tony Baxton Brayang. I don't, dude, get out of here, man. I don't. Man, get your ass out of here. No, dude. No, I don't want to do no battle, man.
Stop.
Man, I need
Stop.
help for my family.
You need to get that bayang out your head. Stop pushing the button, man.
Hey, I be driving when he be
Damn, I
saying
don't
shit like
know
that. I don't even be seeing what he looking at. This
Hell
shit
out
is
here.
nuts.
Yeah.
Damn.
He got the Cynthia G.
Yeah.
The hell out of here. These people annoying as hell, man.
How you just grow the first 2 inches of your hair
Damn,
long
these
as
are some
hell and
annoying
cut the
ass
rest of it?
All
You get what I'm saying, Che?
Yeah.
Like, you know, normally we'll cut that shit
Pushing the
and then
damn
have the dreads go in the back, right?
and I deny it. And
Like, that's how we doing now, at least a finger length, right?
Over and over again.
We can really have their conversation.
I am not mean. These people are annoying. I'm not mean to these people. They're goddamn annoying.
Oh my God.
Now, Zara, you get on here. How dare you say I'm mean? Hop on here.
Your hair the way it looks, you scared.
You said I'm mean. Hop on, Azaria. You hop on here, ma'am. Miss Azaria, hop on.
Lots of children.
Let's talk about it. All right. Yeah, I'm not mean. These people are. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to do no battle with them. Just go on about your damn business. They don't take no for an answer.
No.
Please, one battle, please.
That's how them Africans be at the airport when you land.
Shut up. Go on about your business. Damn.
Damn, my OBS ain't working.
Good freaking grief. We shouldn't have cyber begging like this.
Right.
He said cyber begging.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Azari, get on here. I want to see what you look like.
From their land, unless.
All right.
Damn.
I'm gonna follow
Say, you ever been to Africa?
All right. Azari, you should have got on here, Zaria.
Cybermania.
Hey, Che, you ever been to Africa?
No.
All right, let me get some more
Man,
folks in
like you
here.
land at them airports out there, bro.
All right.
Like you
That
think
third
the
world
Uber drivers
Yeah, I
are
know
aggressive
that.
out here in America.
Third world begging like
They be
a
begging from the.
Now who's up? We still got the tethers in here. Black girl Reed. You still got
Hey,
your
bro, as soon as you
smoked
come out
out
of
looking ass in
security,
here?
everybody touching all your luggage and everything. Come with me, come with me,
Your
come. Man, if
jailbird
you don't get
ass,
the
you
fuck
still
out
up
my.
in here trying to troll.
Oh, let me
weirdo.
put these pieces together.
I know you
Hey,
ain't up
y'all
in
don't
here
get the.
still.
Right. Out the boot of motherfucker.
With your fed
You
acting
damn near
ass.
got to send everything in pieces, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then put it back
Got you.
together
You must have made
outside
something.
the
Did you
airport.
make a fed deal when you got arrested for taking a damn pew to school? Did you make some kind of deal?
Ooh.
And you co-signing another deformed fed who got
Yeah.
the shit slapped out of him. Yeah, y'all cowards love
I told you that was to help this girl.
co-signing other cowards. Are you mad because your fed partner got the shit slapped out of him and then went to court crying about me slapping the shit out of him? Are you upset about that?
Yeah, that slap was great.
Yeah, your punk ass fed partner
Slapped the shit out of
went to court crying about me beating on
They
him
were like,
like a bitch.
slap me.
That's what you come from. That's your
I'm gonna wreck my
culture.
car right now. Tariq just slapped me.
Yeah, that's your damn culture.
And Tariq was like,
Up in a grown ass man up in court crying.
That's so crazy. That's like me coming out there to Denver just to troll you, Jesse.
Yeah.
Like that's so that's gay as hell, dog.
You know how we do.
It really is. You know how
Like I can't troll you from right here. You get me? If I was going to troll you, I could troll you from right here.
Hit me about my face.
You know how we do.
Punk.
And I love how he spelled it with an O.
Co-signing, you ain't shit.
P-O-N-K.
Yeah.
You punk.
I stand on it.
Put an accent on it.
I ain't deny. Yes, I did slap the shit out this nigga. Yes, I told.
Yes, I
went to
did.
a different course and told him I slapped. I never denied that. I stood on it. And still came out on top. I stood on that shit. Yes, Your Honor, I slapped the shit out of him.
Yeah. In front of the
Yes, I did.
It was like, Rick just slapped me.
Just like I had to do what I did to the white supremacist. I shot him.
Yeah, you co-signed it.
And I bought him a napkin for his wound. He just didn't make it.
You take somebody's manhood when you slap him. Slapping a dude, boy, that takes something out of him.
Because you didn't see the dude as
slap a nigga.
You didn't see the dude as manly enough to where you balled up your fist, so you just slapped him like a woman.
Yeah.
That really takes somebody's man.
Like a woman.
All the way from where
That's worse than getting beat down.
to fucking spy.
Yeah, that's worse than getting
No,
beat
you all
down.
the way from wherever the fuck he was.
When
all
you
the way
slap
to
the
California.
shit out of them.
Spy out the fucking do
Yeah. And then they run.
Hey, Tay, you see them fights where a nigga grab another nigga by the back of his neck and just start slapping the shit out of him?
Yeah.
He don't beat his ass. He don't knee him. He don't punch him like we would if we were in a real fight.
Right.
It's basically spanking him.
That got the shit
I'm
slapped
putting
out
you
of
over
him,
my
don't you?
knee and spanking you on your ass,
You know
nigga.
that? He
Get
went
the
up in
fuck up
court
out of here.
crying about me slapping the shit out of him.
That is quality emasculation. Right?
And that's who you co-signing.
Right, you not qualified for
Yeah.
me even to ball up my fist on you.
I slapped that big deformed
So
head,
I slapped you like a bitch.
and it was hella loud. It was so loud, people in the community thought a
That's so
gunshot went
disrespectful.
off. It was so loud.
That is a quality emasculation move. Quality.
Yeah, this dude's a
But this shows the
pathological
whole
liar. He's
entire
the one who ran
neighborhood
the
that
court.
this shit will not be
He ran the
tolerated.
court.
He acted like,
This
You
dude
give me
ran the
Lady
court.
Tay?
It
You
was
give
in
me
the
Tay?
plot. That's what he
That
does. He
proves
does
to the
scared
rest of the
shit like
neighborhood
that.
this shit will not be
He's always
tolerated.
Taking folks to court with frivolous lawsuits. He got like 2 or 3 lawsuits going on now with other people on some Fed shit. That's that Baltimore Fed shit. Told y'all that Baltimore is full of feds, man.
Yeah.
That's the Fed capital.
that's what he said.
Yeah.
He said, just tell me,
Yeah.
Big Daddy.
Well, I guess his handlers sent him out here on a mission. Yeah, and he got the shit slapped out
That's
of
what
him.
he said.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
your
that's what
handler's
happened.
got to pay you some hazard pay for that shit.
Yeah,
Daddy, why you need Big Daddy's money?
he got the
Hey,
shit
Tay.
slapped out of him and went to court crying.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
if the Democrats gonna send me out there to slap Jesse Parrish,
Yeah, he
get
that's
me?
some shit he was orchestrating.
so he don't run for mayor, they gotta give me some extra hazard pay,
frivolous
right?
lawsuits. That nigga,
Right.
people have been.
They
calling
gotta
this
give me
nigga
$1 million.
Fed
And guess where that $1 million going?
Yeah,
Where's $1 million?
and he's a
If
Caribbean
the
terrorist.
Democrats give me $1 million to come out there and
You know
fuck up
good
your
well don't nobody
campaign
look like
in
that over
Denver,
here. That's a
You get me?
Caribbean tether,
guess what's gonna happen?
ugly ass
going
deformed
happen?
Caribbean tether.
I'm gonna keep 250,000 of it,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna put 750,000 of it and donate
Yeah, I
it to
did.
your
I
campaign.
never denied it.
Okay.
No.
That's
Oh,
And,
yeah, when he went
and
to
then
court
I
and
come
said I
fake
slapped
slap
him,
the
yes,
shit
I
out you
sure
just
did.
so the Democrats kind of see it.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And then
Yes, I did.
you gonna debunk me
That's
live
the
on
whole
camera.
slap
He's going to
out of
pay
him.
you something they can do for free.
Yeah, I said it was self-defense.
You get me?
Shouldn't have pulled
So
up
they
on him.
paying me to come
They agree.
get debunked by you.
Okay.
I know how to do this shit.
Ain't
I'm on some
nobody
Donald
coming
Trump
out to
shit.
Colorado
Smoked out girl.
to slap nothing.
No lying
You gonna
ass
come
old
out here
boy.
and get slapped.
All that nigga does
Right.
is
Look,
lie.
I said a fake slap,
Like a
Keezy.
damn Fed.
I'll come out there and teach you how to make a few beats though too.
Weirdo, yeah. He got the
You
shit
couldn't
slapped out of
teach
him.
me nothing.
And ran.
That's because you don't like to
Yeah, I
learn.
guess he told his wife that because when you go home to your wife after you got slapped, the relationship ain't gonna be the same. So I
I
guess
never
had to
went
tell
back
his wife,
home to my
"Well, he's
wife after
strong.
getting slapped
It
because
looked
I
like
never
he
got
got
slapped.
what I had done." So I guess that's what he had to tell his wife.
Not even a female ever slapped me.
Because I know
not even a man has ever slapped me.
Ain't nothing dries up a coochie more than your nigga getting slapped up. So he had to lie to his lady, but she know the truth.
My mama spanked me, but she never slapped me.
It's just I was playing around.
My granny, same thing.
Oh yeah.
Nobody's ever slapped me because that's so
that coochie
disrespectful.
dried
We
up.
learn in my family.
That's why
Somebody slapped you, you damn near got to kill him.
Just on an empty page, whining, ain't got no views. Just he relives trauma every day. He relives that slap every damn day. This nigga flew
A white
out to
girl
LA,
threw
rented
ketchup
a car,
on me at a
came up to
bar,
the museum,
and I
got
threw a
slapped,
beer in her face.
ran back to the rental car, turned it back in, and
I gave her
Hey,
ass a beer
Kizzy,
bag.
I've had
That's
a
the
kind of
biggest L in
similar bar
history.
experience, but it was even worse. I was
That's the
facing 30
biggest
years.
L in history.
Oh no. I just threw a little
How you
little
go through all
PBR in a
that? You
bitch
rented
face.
a car to get slapped, and then had to
A
turn the
white
car right
supremacist
back
pulled
in
a
the
knife
same
out
day.
on me outside the bar. I was just going to buy some cigarettes.
This nigga up at damn Hertz.
Somehow I still found out
Turned
I
him
got
in
my
the damn
cigarettes
car.
9 months later. But this dude,
And that's who you
he's
co-sign
somewhere.
Black girl
He's
reading,
somewhere in
coward,
space.
you
I don't
piece of
know.
crap.
You get me?
Man.
But I found out he was a child
I
abuser
slapped this
and
dude so hard it echoed in the neighborhood.
a wife beater and all of that. In Discovery
It was
later on,
extremely loud. People thought it was a
it
gunshot.
seems like the all-white jury thanked me
That's why when y'all saw
for
the
doing
video,
what I
all the
did.
people were out. They were like, "Oh, what happened?" You saw there was a Mexican guy. You hit him.
So much so that police even gave me back the tool I used to do it.
Y'all remember remember the Mexican guy? Was a Mexican
Bro,
guy.
come on, let's listen.
I'm not. You hit him. People were just the community was shocked. They didn't like what happened.
That shit was hilarious.
That shit was great. Open live like Desert 5 years after each other.
God,
Drew was like, I slapped the shit out of
man.
this motherfucker.
Yeah, I slapped the shit out that motherfucker.
Yeah, they thought they were gonna be next. Everybody got scared. I'm like, calm down. I'm
He hit
just
it.
slapping
He
one
hit it.
person. Everybody else is safe.
He was rubbing his face back in his car. He was on the best
Lord.
in his car, cuz.
Yeah, he was.
Hey, but that's how it be
Yeah,
when you get
everybody
on when you
thought
get
I was
on
gonna
code
slap
and get
them
on
too.
point like
Like,
that, bro.
no, everybody, you're good. Everybody, calm down.
Everybody else good, bro.
Everybody else is good.
Same thing with my shit. I took care of the situation.
Yeah,
Nobody else was scared of me.
Yeah,
I'm not looking at nobody else. I was looking at that person that attacked
Lord.
me.
Right.
Nobody else was worried about me.
And then get back on the
They even
internet
testified
and
to that
cry
point.
about a nigga. You got to be the biggest bitch on earth to cry about a nigga for like 5 years because you got the shit slapped out of you. That's how you got the manhood.
That's whack as hell.
Yeah, you got weird dudes out here.
That's gay, so gay. Oh god.
Yeah, this nigga went to the car and cried. He cried all the way back to the rental car place.
He did.
Man.
Oh no, cause Lady Che was dissing me on her stream
Yeah,
because
I don't play
What the
with
fuck is
niggas
that?
like that, and I stand on it. I don't play with these niggas. It's like with Bucci fat ass. That's another one. Bucci knew about the slapping.
Like, who
game. When I
cares?
walked up on Bucci bare fat ass. He just ran. He didn't even. He already knew what was gonna happen when I ran up on Bucci Bear. But Bucci, y'all see, Bucci's been getting his ass whooped. He done got whooped on.
Hey,
He go on
CC
different-
whooped
people
on
be whooping
Bucci.
his ass all over town.
Yeah.
you seen that?
So he
CC
knew what
CC
it
was whooping
Bucci
on
already
Bucci.
knew. So when I
Like,
walked up on his big old
verbally.
funny ass, he turned around and twerked over a fence and just ran. He already knew what was gonna go down.
That shit was funny. He hopped his big ass.
He
up.
threw them big wide hips over a fence and ran. I said, "Well, these niggas are so bitch made."
Why you messing with me, Tariq? What are you doing?
Man,
Oh yeah, I right after we go to court.
yeah, I walked up on him, and then he tried to. He had bodyguards with him. There was 2 people with me. Yeah,
And they was probably smaller than
one
him.
bodyguard and an assistant, and my lawyer. I didn't have a bunch of bodyguards. I walked up on that nigga myself. Niggas be Crispy
Right.
tried to do that shit too, and I ran up on
Like
Crispy's
Che, I'm
ass.
5'10".
He
How
tried
tall
to
is you?
lie. There was a bunch of niggas outside with guns.
Right,
everybody.
same size, right?
We had niggas with guns, everybody.
Like damn near within about
No, I
200
didn't.
pounds plus or minus 20 pounds, right?
Exaggerating.
I'm too.
Even the Ugly Turtle tried to say there was
Right, and I'm like 5'10", like 180, damn near 200, right? So we damn near the same size, right?
It wasn't nobody else. They always try to make it seem like it was
right. We wouldn't wrestle against each other, same shit, right? But we damn near the same size in the streets, though.
No, nigga, I walked up on your dumb ass.
Right, so Tyreek gonna walk up on this stupid ass little nigga.
Tariq never had a pistol.
That's my point, Jesse. That's my point. We
Y'all
damn
gonna
near
keep
about the
talking
same
about
size.
little niggas. I'm only 5'8". I bet you ain't gonna try to walk up on me.
Weird niggas out here.
I promise you, you're not doing that.
Now, man. I'm from a
Who that,
different
Keezy?
era. I don't know what these.
Yeah, hell yeah, 5'8",
new
nigga.
shit
I ain't
that's
walking
out
up on
here.
your ass. I got 2
different.
inches on you. I ain't going.
Boy, this new shit.
I don't walk up on damn wild animals, and they small as hell.
You pull up on these niggas, boy, they bitch right on up.
I ain't going.
My little people don't get up on me.
Yeah, I don't play with niggas like that.
You might throw extra punches. You might, you might know some extra shit. I don't know. I used to get whooped by a damn short ass nigga 5'2" when I was wrestling in high school.
DJ Blacc set me up, everybody.
But this nigga been wrestling for damn 13 years, his whole life.
But yeah, I'm not on that, but I'm on that. I ain't on it, but I'm on it.
Hey, Che and Keezy, what you gonna do against a nigga that's 5'2", but he been studying jujitsu for damn 20 years?
Husband and father.
I'm gonna punch that nigga's eyeball out of his socket.
You gonna shoot him? You just gonna shoot him?
No, I'm gonna punch that nigga's eyeball out of his socket. You know how many niggas that thought they knew karate or something else? Man, we hack niggas out. I don't care what you know. Who you know.
I'm gonna boot that nigga like a
man.
Hey, ain't nobody jujitsu done beat a 9mm Luger.
Sometimes you just gotta.
You ain't fucking.
After I tell you, when you start wrestling me, after I tell you to let me go, you don't. You got about 2 seconds before I start stabbing your dumb ass.
Oh, man, I got hella knives. Keezy. I'm on that same shit too.
I got hella knives too.
And I keep them on me.
Target me. I'm gonna let them know.
I keep knives on me, like just like the guns. I keep them all on me.
You never know what somebody can do to you when you get choked out. They run up in your butt.
Don't listen to me.
Right? Hey, and I bet you, Keezy, if you getting choked out, and somebody you gonna stab the shit out their ass, ain't you?
You're looking for me.
Like, let me the fuck go. You gonna stab this shit out.
I already have did that.
Man.
Yeah, that's already happened.
You said Bucci.
Well, I've already shot people too.
With your crew. Was he a punk then?
Did Tyreek just say crew?
Yeah.
Man, so we got a lot of people in here.
Hold on, run that back, Tay. I swear I just heard Tyreek just say, yeah, crew.
In here.
Yeah, he said you had a Newport visor on and some burnt orange
Band-Aids. Heavy, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, Keezy.
Oh, man.
I don't smoke anymore.
Yeah.
He said you look like a seductive bed bug.
Hey, Keezy, I don't smoke no more. I got a pink vape.
And they get dude.
I got a pink vape.
Yeah.
And I drive a HHR.
Yeah, I don't play with niggas like that. I'm not trying to be super rah-rah, but I don't play with these dudes like that.
I think it said you got a chopstick neck.
I play with these dudes. DJ Blacc set me up, everybody. Man,
that shit was funny. When he walked up all crooked.
But yeah,
I got the big old lip. That nigga lip. That nigga got the big lip, nigga. That nigga look like he been trying to steal a beehive. Nigga got stung by a beehive.
As fuck.
Now is it a beehive with BEE or a beehive like Beyonce? Because I don't know.
Member crew, he was
right.
That shit ain't funny. You know, I did get stabbed like that.
I do not want to be on that.
Drinking a soda and a bee was in a can.
Yeah.
My lips blew up so fucking big.
I do not want to be on that.
Oh my God,
man.
My lips are so small I couldn't talk.
Come on.
Did you see the last episode of Cross, Lady Che?
Man.
Nah, y'all, that
So
shit
yeah,
was funny when
you
them,
start
them
pulling up, man.
people were trying to get on this nigga's live, though.
You just gotta.
That nigga tried to get on with that bang.
Sometimes you
I'm
gotta let
trying
your
to see
presence
when
be
he
known.
said crew.
That's why I went up there to that.
Did nobody hear what I said?
All the good shit is over. All the good shit is over on this one.
And I'm gonna start doing a lot of that with these Democrat events.
He already roasted them.
If they want to
Them
target
dudes
me,
with the
I'm
Bay
gonna
and
let-
they kept trying to
Yeah, here I
cyber
am.
beg and all that. The
I
cyber
heard you
beggars.
looking for me. Here I go. 'Cause y'all, all that talking about me all the time and all that rolling, all these people talking about.
This the crazy thing, right? Tyreek was right there with Vic Missile.
I'm trying to find the
Y'all,
part where
here
he
I
said
am.
crew.
Say all that shit to me in person. Fuck all that. Say all that shit to me. You're looking for me. Here I go. Here I go.
There I go.
Here I go, here I am. And nobody
You said
can
Bucci
say
with what?
shit.
Bucci went to high school with your crew. Was he a punk then? Was he a big old wide hip punk then?
A punk.
Man, but we got a lot of people in here. Shout out to everybody in here.
No, he didn't say it, crew.
Shout out to everybody in here.
Like his crew.
We're in here heavy.
W.
Yeah, he's talking about his crew.
We are in here heavy, ladies and gentlemen.
Got the crews in there.
Oh my God.
Oh man. Yeah. He's younger than
Thank
me.
you, Jesse.
Yeah, he's a big wide. He's fatter too. Big old wide, fat, sassy punk.
And Lady Tay.
And then getting dude, I really lost respect for
Tyreek a fool, man.
them bringing that dude on that podcast.
I ain't used that one yet. I'm gonna get somebody though. I'm gonna get somebody with that. Shut up, you old sassy punk.
A cop.
Yo, sassy punk.
We told
Yo, wide back punk. That's some Alabama slang. I swear to God. If I go say this shit at Thanksgiving or something this year, all of my uncles and my daddies, they gonna be like, man, where you learn that at? Yo, sassy punk. They gonna be like, where you learn that at?
Don't you never disrespect me with them wide hips like a sassy punk.
What?
Jesus.
All right, there we go. Jesus cuck. Jesus cuck.
Nah, hey, but you could talk like that where
You could say that up north, but you can't say that down there. No, what I'm saying, hey, Keezy. No, but it's like, it's Jesus cuck. But you can't say that shit down south and you can't say that shit in Chicago.
Big wide back sassy.
Because motherfuckers will fall in on you. Like, ooh.
them is fighting words in Denver. You can't do that to me.
Right.
Niggas is gonna fight.
Right. You call me what?
Right. Hey, Keezy. Like, my dad, my uncles, them, they all factory workers. Steel mill. Like, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and all of that, right? These, like, strong-ass motherfuckers, right?
Right.
You can't, man, you sassy punk. Say that shit to them. And see if, bro, my dad done told me stories where he done pulled people out their house while they eating dinner. Hey, mama, send your son outside. Otherwise, we gonna come get him. But send him outside. We gonna send him back inside. But like, this is stories my dad has told me about how they do in Pennsylvania and Ohio. They came from Alabama. Like, nigga, you sassy punk, we gonna come get you.
I like to take a minute, just sit right back.
We gonna come get you, sassy punk.
I promise you don't want to come to nobody's house in Colorado. That's a wrong move right there.
No. Hey, Keezy, you get what I'm saying? I'm saying my dad was doing this in Pennsylvania. His family was doing this in Pennsylvania, and it'd be like Jesse mama house or my mama house, right? We gotta come get Ray out the house. We gonna whoop Ray ass and we gonna send it back in there. He gonna finish dinner. What? Ray did some, like, hey, Che, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's like if y'all came to my crib. It's the same thing. It applies to me too, right?
crew and
No, give me Jesse. Hold on, let me finish real quick,
Go ahead.
please. It's the same thing. Like if y'all came to my crib, right,
Yeah.
and then said, "Oh, I said some crazy shit," and then y'all came in the house to come get me and whoop my ass, whatever, right? But didn't you say, "Okay, we gonna send Ray back in the house," right? That's the same thing.
Okay.
But at least I ain't no sassy punk.
So
At least I'm gonna take my ass whooping outside and get sent back in the house.
I had to deal with a Sassa punk earlier. This motherfucker got up there talking about they need to have transgender.
I ain't no sassy punk.
They need to have transgender shelters.
Matter of fact, why y'all beating my ass outside in the front yard? Can I get a haircut? And then Lady Che, can you twist my dreads before y'all send me back in the house?
So I told
Like this is I'm sorry, Che. This is how I really think about shit.
All right, let's get back to focus, bro.
Is this the 5th? Are we all about to be drunk?
No.
So think about this. The Democrats are actually being given the election. Trump is just giving the midterms away. And all they have to do is say, you know what? Let's focus on our base and let's secure this victory. And instead, they want to bring up trans people and all of these folks to babble about nothing. And that is exactly why all of those sassy whatevers, all of that stuff is gonna end up with them losing. And they're gonna have to sit around with them LGBT people and sell some whatever those people eat and drink. I don't know. They're gonna do that.
Hey, Keezy,
Lollipop kids and all that.
I don't know.
Hey, Keezy, Starfield will be on PlayStation today or tomorrow. So you'll be able to do that shit. Now you'll be able to be the greatness that I am.
So I told this punk,
you'll be all right.
Only 2 genders thanks to President Trump.
You said that.
Are we not this nigga done ran Sabakov again.
Which gender are you, Jesse?
I'm obviously a male, nigga.
I was just talking shit. I was just talking shit.
You have to be on your ass because you be on some crazy shit.
Yeah, Shabaka can only give us an hour or so.
Yeah, he don't play none of that dumb shit this nigga be playing. Oh no, you ain't gonna, hey, don't talk to me like that, Mike. Don't even say nothing to me, Mike.
Yeah.
I got a boss worker that sounds just like you too.
That nigga gonna put them panties on your ass.
He about to play the damn auto tune.
And he rap better too. The only thing, Kizzy, he can't make no beats. I ain't talking about to make no beats.
All right, so moving along, we got execution looms for man punished over rap lyrics. This is in the good old state of Texas, down there with Governor Bud.
Set to be executed or rap lyrics. Put it up full mass. This is
that gotta be a
sad
lie.
reality that we're living in.
And he said reality
inside of the justice system. It also
speaks to a
larger narrative. And I want you to keep the picture up. You're looking at 37.
You already said the
James Broadnax. He was a teenager when a jury convicted him of capital murder.
Rashad Richie is a fraud.
Convicted him using his rap lyrics because his rap lyrics were presented as evidence that he posed a threat to be a future danger. He is scheduled to be executed on April 30th in Huntsville, Texas. Now, I want to say this for those who may have some kind of affinity for this kind of
Rashad Ritchie got a
courtroom.
fake wig on top of his head.
I want to
His
remind
glue
you
is showing.
that rap
His glue is showing.
is protected
Oh my God,
art. It's
bro.
His
protected
glue
speech,
is showing.
art.
You know, I can spell.
How many
Lady
rock
Che, you see the glue that's
music
showing on his fake wig?
or country
This nigga's
music
bald
artists
headed.
You're lifting on the corner.
have had their lyrics used against them
His glue is showing
for
above
a
his
drug
left eye.
prosecution
Wow.
or a domestic violence prosecution.
Oh man.
That's fake
None.
hair.
Not one.
Who's lying about this nigga's man unit?
This law is so egregious
Yeah, I said these were
Dog is
that you have
his
to be
glue is
reminded
showing.
as to what rap lyrics are.
Just like we
If
call
you
out
remember
the
back in the day when we
Ghanaians and the
purchased
goddamn
CDs,
Africans.
we would open those
This
CDs and
nigga
we
is
would
doing the
open up
same shit.
the
He got a
promotion inside of the
fake
CD. It
wig
told
on
you
his
the titles
head,
of the song, sometimes
and
it had
his
lyrics
glue
in the
is
song.
showing.
When you look under all of that, it tells you who
What the
wrote the
fuck
song.
am I supposed to do about that?
Usually,
Not call it out.
either A, the rapper didn't write it, or B,
He's
the
a
rapper
liar. He
has
got
multiple
fake
writers in
degrees from
addition to the person
Nigeria,
that
and
did
his
it.
glue is
Number
showing.
two, it also
That's
has a
not his
producer
real
who
hair.
produced it.
Listen to
They're in the
message.
studio.
It's not
They're
the
co-creating
message.
the art.
look. Well, the
Then you have a production manager,
It's not
production
his real
editor,
hair.
and a
What the
production
fuck?
publisher.
What more
So
do
you
I gotta
have
do?
about 5 people involved in the creation of this art called rap.
What more
The
do I
only
gotta
person
do?
who gets prosecuted for the art is the rapper. But the rapper isn't the
That's
only
a fake
one
lining.
creating the
Hey,
art.
Jesse,
Here's
man, we ain't go to the barber
more.
shop. We don't get no lining
Broadnax
like
is
this.
set to enter
super black.
the
That's a
execution chamber
fake
in
lining.
Huntsville, Texas, on the 30th of April. He will be strapped to a gurney according to
Went down 3 inches and across.
They're gonna kill this.
the process.
Say, ain't never no lining that sharp.
It's a lethal
God damn it,
dose
crew. They about
of
to
drugs.
kill this
His life
brother.
snuffed out in small part because of the prosecutorial use or misuse of his poetry. In 2009, James, who is African American, was convicted alongside his cousin,
Black American.
murdering 2 white men,
African
Matthew
American.
Butler and Stephen Swan,
How much do I
during
have?
a robbery in Garland, Texas. He was found guilty by a jury from which Dallas County prosecutors had initially excluded all black jurors until the trial judge stepped in and reinstated 1 black jury member.
Wow.
During the sentencing phase of James' capital trial, prosecutors presented the jury with 40 pages of the defendant's notebooks found in a suitcase after his arrest. The state carefully selected rap lyrics infused with violent images of murder, robbery, and drugs to make the case that Broadnax should be sentenced to death. His lawyers skirted over lyrics
So you
addressing
gonna
peaceful
kill
narratives
somebody
such
over
as
rap
redemption and
lyrics?
love.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
For the ultimate punishment to be secured under Texas law, jurors would have to be persuaded that the defendant posed a threat of future dangerousness. So once they secured a conviction,
Yellow Mellow, whatever.
they said, okay, we're now going to make sure you get killed. And in order to convince the jury that the state needs to kill you, we will
Right.
utilize your protected.
So the state needs to kill. Man. Anyway,
it's a written play.
I'm still here.
It's protected speech.
I might
How
not say
many
nothing, but I'm still here. Che.
Okay.
Have been
I might have to go
violent
back over to
characters
Casey House
on television.
But I'm still here. Che.
Many. How many of them had a script?
But you tell me my country has to kill me
when they ran into some trouble at a bar.
And then let me
with
sort some
domestic
things out.
partner.
You give me?
What's the script?
I ain't going.
That they co-wrote, utilized against them in a court of law, even though it was violent, even though it poised them as a killer or corrupt? No, not one. It was unheard of, not even considered. Judge would have kicked it out immediately. But if it's rap lyrics, there's more. Quote, fade them, tape them up. I hit them later. I'm so high up and cloud proof. like a skyscraper. Those lyrics were among several read-out lyrics in court from
What
his notebooks.
did they
as
use
critical
that shit in Aliens? Did they use that
James'
shit in
gang mentality.
Transformers?
In closing arguments, the state said that his quote, gangster
Anything,
rap
any other movie
writings proved just that he was a member of a criminal gang and a psychopathic
but because
whose lyrics were literal homicide or homicidal master plans. To seal the deal, James was labeled, quote, the worst kind
because
of
I'm so
predator
smart of a master
those we
plan
watch on Animal Planet
that I
is
put it
what the
out
prosecution
before I go
argued.
hit the lick.
By leaning heavily on rap lyrics.
I am that stupid, but I am that
and
smart.
Racist dog
What the
whistles,
fuck is wrong with these people?
Texas prosecutors managed to drown out mitigating evidence that might have spared James' life. His defense lawyers emphasized that he was just 19 years old when those killings took place. He had, in fact, endured an abusive childhood at the hands of a grandmother who locked him up in his room without food and would frequently beat him. And despite such a traumatic background, he had no previous criminal record other than a single conviction for a nonviolent marijuana possession charge. Broadneck's lawyers filed a petition to the Supreme Court arguing that Texas' use of his lyrics was a violation of due process and equal protection enshrined in the 8th and 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. To support the appeal, Kevin Liles, president of Def Jam Recordings, assembled a group of 16 prominent creative artists that included Young Thug, who also faced a case where his own lyrics were used as evidence against him, and other top rappers such as Travis Scott, Killer Mike, T.I., and Fat Joe, as well as the Blackish actor Anthony Anderson. Funny guy, but smart. Okay? Brilliant individual. They joined what's called an amicus brief of the petition. Okay? Here's more on that amicus brief.
The Supreme Court just got a brief that could change how music is used in court. It centers on James Broadneck, a man sentenced to death after prosecutors used 40 pages of his rap lyrics against him. I know what you're thinking. Rap lyrics as evidence? Isn't that protected art? Well, that's the argument that a group of amicus brief writers, including Grammy-winning rapper Killer Mike, is arguing that the state of Texas used those lyrics to stoke racial bias. They say prosecutors didn't use the lyrics to prove he committed the crime. Instead, they introduced them during the sentencing phase to convince a nearly all-white jury that Broadneck was, quote, a super predator. Now, the brief highlights what supporters are calling a massive double standard. When Johnny Cash sang, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die, he won a Grammy. But when a young black man writes rap lyrics, prosecutors, well, they're calling it a confession or even a master plan. Now, supporters argue that that's weaponizing cultural expression. According to the filing, the jury, they asked to review the lyrics not once, but twice before ultimately deciding on the death penalty. And now you got scholars and artists and legal advocates that are all urging the Supreme Court of the United States to look closer. They're arguing that rap is art, not a rap sheet. And they say using lyrics this way could violate the 8th and the 14th Amendments.
You said the 8th and the 14th.
Rap is poetry.
No, it's the First Amendment.
Rhythm and poetry.
What the fuck is they talking
because
about?
You put rhythm with it, your poetry becomes usable in the
Hold on. Pause it, Jesse. And I don't like, I swear to God, I really,
if you really believe
if Rashad Richie's in my face, I tell him he's a bitch. If this guy was in my face right now, if he was at the Holiday Inn or anywhere out here in Chicago or the South suburbs, I would tell him he's a bitch.
Jesus.
He's a sellout and a bitch. Rashad Richie is a sellout and a bitch.
Oh, we lost Cookies.
But yeah, can you hear me, Jesse?
No, we didn't lose me. I'm just not saying nothing. I'm trying to get to my charger.
Oh, okay.
Man, go plug the charger into one of these dang on tethers. See if you want to get deported. No, but like Rashad Richie, especially the way you paused it with his damn fish sucker lips.
Yeah.
Man, I don't like this guy. He's a clown. He sold out for Chank and all them young Turks or whatnot.
Yeah.
He's a lawyer. That's fine. My little brother's a lawyer, and I don't agree with him. And then we'll be at dinner, Easter dinner, and then I'll call him out. He'll call me up. What the fuck is wrong with that? But this dude is a fucking fraud.
Yeah.
I think he's bald head like that damn bitch that's really a dude.
Yeah.
I think his hair is all fake.
I mean, I ain't gonna really get into who's presenting the information, but I'll say that the information that he's presenting is very interesting and alarming, because if they can do that to him, that's setting a precedent for others, you know. And I don't see them doing that to any other, like he's saying, like he's mentioning, he's actually telling the truth. They're not doing that to white rappers.
Right.
They're not doing that to white artists or musicians who say crazy shit on record all the time.
Right.
Right, like what's that
And
dude? That
they're
white rapper
violating the
from
First
Detroit,
Amendment.
right? The white rapper from Detroit.
Yeah.
Kid, what's his name?
Eminem said
No, not
he
even
put his mom
Eminem.
in the
I'm talking
trunk.
about this damn
He said he would put
MAGA
his
white
mom in
rapper.
the trunk and
This
kill
nigga
his
be
mom
talking crazy
and
about
all
black
that.
Americans.
Why did that dude say he was gonna kill his mom on record, and now he's all these people say he's one of the greatest. He's one
Now
of the
you know
greatest.
if we
He killed
said
his
that,
mom
they'd be
already.
in our house instantly.
Right.
No, so yeah, this is a double standard, and it only happens to a certain group of people.
Say if you said you gonna own your mama, right? They'll be in your house instantly, right?
Yeah.
They'll be in my house instantly.
Yeah.
If my office, you with me? Man? I don't know what's wrong with these people.
Yeah, me neither.
Hey, how you like this flag I made?
It's dope.
What's the next topic?
The next topic, Lady Che, is.
You sound all drowsy up there.
And the next topic is flags for Lady Che. What flags you want, Lady Che?
I'm right here. I can't see nothing that's going on up there, but I can tell Jesse's drowsy because he's not sitting up straight and handling his business.
You can't see the flag I got that's animated?
Stars in here.
It's motherfucking. You have the other flag already. I've been watching.
All right, so what Lady Che flag you want?
Oh my god, I have nothing up right now.
You gotta make your own symbol, and then I can make a flag for it like this.
Salute some chick named Star. Appreciate you tapping in, sister. So what are y'all thoughts on these rap lyrics? Okay, y'all said.
Yeah, I shared my thoughts that I think that this is a big deal, because if they can do that to him, then they can do that to other black. They already have been doing that to only black artists, and we haven't had one example of a non-black American that this happened to. That's my point. I'd like to make.
That's facts, Keezy. All right, so moving along, we got 162 IQ black hitman that terrified Italian mom. So
I shared this story with you. I didn't think you was going to report on this. This is dope.
Yeah.
No, we telling on everybody. We all see everybody. You said, oh my God. I hear you, Jesse.
All right, here we go.
Man, I want y'all to come down to downtown Chicago. This shit is crazy downtown.
February 6th, 1975.
That looks like
Orchard
my
Lake,
auntie's
Michigan. Nice neighborhood, quiet streets, big lawns, the kind of place where nothing happens, where people sleep with their windows open. A rented Oldsmobile is speeding down a narrow road. It comes around a bend and nearly collides head-on with a patrol car. The cop hits his brakes. The Oldsmobile does not stop. High-speed chase. The Oldsmobile runs the police car off the road. More units called. Miles of pursuit through a Detroit suburb that has not seen a crime all year. They finally stopped the car. Behind the wheel, a black man, 44 years old, scar tissue across his hands. Calm, not panicked, not running, just sitting there, like he had been expecting this moment his entire life.
Damn, that seemed like me if I go out tonight.
2 semi-automatic pistols, a rifle, a sawed-off shotgun.
Man, that is me right now.
A stolen police uniform from Toledo. Espionage.
Except for the stolen police uniform.
A lot of cash. But none of that
A
is
lot of
why
cash?
6
Oh,
law
yeah.
enforcement agencies would spend the next 2 decades fighting over this case.
That's a lot.
In the trunk, notebooks, handwritten, meticulous, page after page after page. The names and home addresses of over 300 cops, judges, prosecutors, and politicians.
Yeah.
The daily habits
And
of
mayors,
recent murder
Jesse.
victims documented before they were killed. Sealed grand jury files that no civilian should ever possess. Locations of every safe house, drug den, and witness in the city of Detroit. This man had been running a one-man intelligence operation more sophisticated than anything
This
the
nigga
Detroit
was
Police
Navy ops.
Department had ever built. He had cops on payroll running license plates for him through the Law Enforcement Information Network. He had stolen a police uniform and badge. He kept surveillance
Stolen.
equipment,
I got the
disguises,
entire uniform.
aliases. The officers stared at the notebooks. Then they stared at the man. His name was Chester Wheeler Campbell. He had nicknames: Dr. Death, the Angel of Death, the Undertaker, 007.
Or Ray Gun.
Federal authorities would later estimate he personally killed over 50 people.
Yeah.
He was convicted of murder exactly
Yeesh.
once in 1955.
Only
Never
once?
again. Every witness who tried to testify against him ended up dead. One was found in the protection wing of a maximum security federal prison with his throat
Yeesh.
cut and X's carved into his eyelids.
Damn it.
When Campbell's lawyer was asked about the dead witness, he told the judge something that made the
Just
courtroom
a day
go
ass
silent.
off.
Chester does not need to be physically present to conduct business. And the most dangerous thing about Chester Wheeler Campbell was not his gun. It was not his body count. It was not even his near genius IQ. It was the fact that the Italian Mafia, the Tocco Zerilli crime family, the same organization connected to the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa, did not just tolerate this man. They needed him. They funded him. They staked his crew. They gave him their drug
Say what,
supply
the crew?
lines because Chester Wheeler Campbell was so good at what he did that Detroit's most powerful crime family could not operate without a black man doing their killing for them. This is the story they never told you. The real 007. The real John Wick. A man who dressed only in black, attended plays and museums, studied foreign languages, kept assassins' notebooks.
God damn, who
and built a
ordered the
criminal
damn
empire
Yeezy
so
record on vinyl?
terrifying that both sides of the law
Who got the
wanted him
Yeezy
dead.
bully on
And when they
CD?
finally caught him, he looked at his cellmate and said 7
One day they'll buy
I'm
a
a dead
cool
man.
Keezy
Whether I
CD.
stay in here or get out, brother, I'm dead.
You gotta get that hustle, man.
Chester Wheeler Campbell was born in 1930 in
One
Detroit.
day they gonna buy a
He
cool
was the
Keezy
fourth of
CD.
6 children. His father died when Chester was in the
And
second
then buy
grade.
it on vinyl.
His mother raised 6 kids alone. Here is what made Chester different from every
My
other
granddaddy
gangster you've
raised
ever heard
his
of.
6
He was the only
children.
one in
That
his
ain't got
family
nothing to do with
criminal.
the story, man.
5
Come
siblings,
on.
all of them law-abiding. One mother doing her best, and one son
You
who
just
chose a
love to
different path.
interrupt with some
By the age of
nonsense.
15, he was incarcerated for burglary
Man,
in
get back to work.
1946. A child
I'm
in a
just fucking
cell. Whatever chance he had at a normal life ended before he could drive.
I'm finna go
By the
make
age
some
of
beef
20, he
stories.
faced
You
2
gonna be
more burglary
mad.
charges.
You
His
gonna be mad
photograph
as
was
hell.
already displayed in the
That's
precinct
what the white
station
supremacists
house.
love, for you to
The
go make
cops
some
knew his face,
unproductive ass,
and they were watching him.
non-constructive ass
They
beats
did not
somewhere.
have to wait long.
Yeah, I'm gonna make
On
some
July 1st,
non-constructive ass beats, and then they
1955 in
gonna.
Detroit, On Lawton
They're gonna
Street,
call your job
Chester was
and
24
ship me the
years old.
products to make
He
my
and two
beats.
partners, David Green and Watson Brooks, planned to rob a numbers spot, a gambling apartment. They masked their faces with handkerchiefs. They had 2 pistols between them. Outside the apartment, they encountered Luther Mixon, 43 years old, standing near an expensive car. The robbers demanded to know who owned it. Mixon said nothing. Campbell
Jesse,
pistol
you
whipped
gonna
him.
be mad as
Mixon
hell when I
fell
send you this
and tried to
picture.
get back on his feet. Campbell fired a round into his face. Then they went inside the apartment.
Fired a round
Inside
into
were
his
4
face.
people:
What?
John and Julia Jackson, Roosevelt Williams,
Sound like
and Emmett Carter. They robbed them all at gunpoint and beat them. Their total take was $420, including what they pulled from the pockets
So
of the
y'all
man
committed
bleeding out
felonies
in the
for
street.
$400.
$420 for a man's life. They arrested
They
Campbell
did all
the
that
next
for
day.
$400,
An
Jesse.
officer recognized him from the precinct wall
And you know
photo,
that ain't
the same
going,
photo
right?
they had been staring at for years. The
Right,
witnesses
nigga,
from
we
the
don't do that
apartment
shit.
identified him in a lineup. He was charged with first-degree murder in
Hey,
January
check your ex
1956
inbox.
and sent
Tay.
to Michigan State
Okay.
Prison, known
Hold
as
on,
Jackson
bro.
Prison,
Let the video
one of the
play.
most violent penitentiaries in America. Chester Wheeler Campbell walked in as a street robber who killed a man over $420. 13 years later, he walked out as something else entirely. Here's what nobody expected. Campbell didn't waste a single day
He said they
inside
was
Jackson
battling. We
Prison.
don't do that. We don't do that.
While other inmates fought and gambled
I
and
ain't
waited
finna
for
kill
parole,
nobody or no weak ass money.
he studied criminal law.
That shit whack as
You,
hell.
you ain't gonna do a lot of shit. You ain't gonna do a
He
lot
read
of shit. And you
everything he
haven't
could
done a
find.
lot of shit.
Books
And
on
you
surveillance,
haven't been quiet.
books
So
on
let's try that.
books on forensics. He scored
I've
near
killed
genius
people
level
for
on
less
a
than money.
court-administered IQ test.
But
He learned
I've done a
new
lot
criminal
of shit too.
trades from the most
And
dangerous
being
men in
quiet, I don't
You
have
still
to.
haven't learned how to be quiet and let
I don't
folks
have
hear the
to. I
story.
teach how to be
The
quiet. I don't
economics
have
of
to be
heroin,
quiet. I
who
teach how to be
controls
quiet.
what in
Yeah, you
Detroit,
getting on my nerves, bro. I'm
Cleveland,
going.
and
That's
Chicago.
fine. You know, I operate on
13
nerves too.
years. That's how long Chester Wheeler Campbell spent preparing for what came next.
You running everybody off. Keezy. I mean, not Keezy Cruz. You running everybody off. Let me play the video and then we can discuss it afterwards.
In September 1969, he pleaded his case down to second-degree murder. The court transcript is chilling because of how calm he is. The judge asked, "Do you know where he was killed?" Campbell answered, "On the street." The judge said, "Tell me the
That's
circumstances." Campbell said, "In the process, I shot Mr. Mixon." The judge asked, "After that, what happened?" Campbell said, "I think I went through his pockets." He said it like he was recalling a trip to the grocery store. No remorse, no emotion, just facts. They paroled him in September 1969. He was 38 years old. Within 1 month, police suspected him in a double
I was
homicide.
38 when I
Jimmy
shot
Davis
that.
and his girlfriend Lisa were both shot execution style in the head while sitting in a parked car. Davis had been a protected witness in trials against heroin kingpin John Klassen. The man who was supposed to be safe, who the government promised to protect, was dead with a bullet in his brain within weeks of Chester Wheeler Campbell walking free. But they could not prove it. No witnesses, no evidence connecting Campbell directly. That became the pattern. That was always the pattern. And what Chester did next would make the Italian mafia take notice. After prison, Chester Wheeler Campbell did not become a drug dealer. He did not become a gang leader. He did not try to build an empire. He became something far more valuable and far more dangerous. A freelance assassin, available to anyone who could pay his fee. His fee was $15,000 per hit, an astronomical, almost unheard of amount in Detroit in the 1970s.
That's crazy.
Paid it.
Folks don't even pay that much
Wheeler
out here
Campbell
now.
did not just kill. He was an artist of death.
They don't pay that much
He
out
wore
here now.
only black, head to toe, every day, to accentuate what he called his morbid aura. He wanted you to see him coming and to know what he was before he opened his mouth.
Whoever finna come get me, I'm finna go to the store.
Made him terrifying.
Keep playing this. I'll be right back.
This contract killer spent his free time attending plays, browsing museums, and studying foreign languages. He was cultured, well-spoken, and surprisingly charming. He could walk into a room full of educated people and nobody would suspect what he was. Then he could walk out of that room and execute someone in a parked car before dinner. He used aliases, Augustus Miller and others. He maintained disguises. He had a stolen Toledo police uniform, complete with badge and commander's hat, that he used for surveillance and infiltration. The badge had been reported lost by a Toledo officer who said he misplaced it while helping a disabled motorist. Campbell had probably taken it from a corrupt cop on his payroll. And the notebooks, always the notebooks. From the moment he left Jackson Prison, Chester began building something unprecedented, a personal intelligence database. Every contact, every conversation, every license plate, every address, every habit of every person, criminal or cop, who crossed his path. He gathered information through surveillance, gossip, shadowing, payoffs, and simply talking to people, from mobsters to motorcycle clubs, hookers to hitmen, pushers to pimps, Detroit to Cleveland. He made the rounds and he wrote everything down. This was not a street thug keeping a score sheet. This was a spy operation run by one man out of the trunk of a rented Oldsmobile. He even had access to the Law Enforcement Information Network, spelled LEIN, the police database. Cops on the drug lord's payroll would run plates for him. He could identify any car, find any address, and track any person. He once told friends at a bar, drink in hand with a slight grin, that he was one of God's unfortunate creatures. He said it like a joke. It was not a joke. Picture the Louisade Social Club, East Side Detroit, early 1970s, a private Italian social club. The kind of place where men in pressed shirts drink espresso and talk business in half sentences, where the walls have no ears because nobody walks in without an invitation. Anthony Giacalone, known as Tony Jack, sits at a table. His brother Vito Giacalone, known as Billy Jack, sits beside him. These are the street-level commanders of the Taco Zerilli crime family, the Detroit Mafia. Tony Jack would later become infamous as one of the men connected to the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa on July 30th, 1975. That's who we're talking about. A black man walks through the door, head to toe in black. Nobody stops him. Nobody questions him. In a room where no black man should be welcome, Chester Wheeler Campbell sits down at the table. Because the Giacalones had a problem. The heroin trade was exploding, and whoever controlled heroin controlled Detroit. But the old arrangement was dying. The quiet black gambling bosses, who had worked for the Italians for years, doing what they were told, staying in their lane, were being replaced. A new generation, independent thinkers, volatile drug kingpins, men who didn't want to pay tribute to the Italians anymore. The Giacalones needed someone who could move through Detroit's black neighborhoods without standing out. Someone who could enforce their heroin operations in territories where an Italian face meant a bullet. Someone whose reputation alone could keep an entire side of the city in line. They didn't find that man. That man found them. Chester Wheeler. Campbell had been freelancing since prison, killing for whoever paid. But the Giacalones offered something better than a fee. They offered infrastructure, supply lines, protection, money, a permanent position in the most powerful crime organization in Michigan. Not as an employee, not as a servant, as their chosen weapon. Campbell was placed in the East Side camp, connected to a crew of Black enforcers working directly under the Giacalone wing. Contract killers, extortionists, drug traffickers, a subunit of the Italian mafia staffed entirely by Black men. They would later be called Murder Row, and Chester Wheeler Campbell was the reason anyone feared that name. Around late 1973, Campbell was introduced through mutual acquaintances in the mafia to two young East Side heroin dealers, Frank Usher, known as Big Frank Nitti, and Harold Morton, known as the Hawk. The Giacalone brothers had given Usher his nickname, Big Frank Nitti, after the real Chicago mobster. That tells you everything about the relationship. The Italians weren't just doing business with these men. They were mentoring them, shaping them, building them in their own image. Usher and Morton had ambition. What they lacked was fear. Nobody was afraid of two young dealers. Every corner had young dealers. Then Chester Campbell walked in. Here's how it worked. A dealer owed money, hadn't paid in weeks, thought he could outrun the debt. Campbell didn't chase him, didn't threaten him. He just parked outside the man's house in the morning, in the same rented car, in the same all-black clothes, in the same spot. For 3 days, never got out, never knocked, never said a word. On the 4th day, the man walked out with an envelope full of cash and handed it through the window. That was Chester when things went well. When things didn't go well, bodies turned up in parked cars with bullets in the back of the head and no witnesses within miles. With Campbell's reputation, the Giacalone brothers' money and supply lines, and Usher's ambition, Murder Row became the most powerful drug operation in the entire state of Michigan. Not Detroit, not the East Side, the entire state. The Michigan Federated Democratic Social Club in Midtown became their headquarters. From there, Murder Row expanded operations citywide, gambling, extortion, prostitution. But heroin was the engine. Heroin was always the engine. And here's the thing that nobody talks about. Through all of this, the killings, the heroin, the Italian mafia, Chester's mother was still alive, still in Detroit, still the same woman who raised 6 kids alone after her husband died. 5 of those kids turned out fine, church-going, law-abiding. And then there was Chester, the son who dressed in all black and came home for dinner with blood on his reputation and cash in his pockets that his mother knew better than to ask about. She never disowned him. He never stopped visiting. That's the part of Chester Wheeler Campbell that doesn't fit the legend. The part that reminds you he was a human being. A man who scored near genius on an IQ test, who could have been anything, who had a mother who loved him, and who chose to become the most feared killer in Detroit anyway. Because everyone in that city's underworld knew the same thing. If you crossed Murder Row, Chester would find you. He already had your name in his notebook. He already knew your address. He already knew what car you drove. The question wasn't whether he could find you. The question was whether you'd see him first. Chester Campbell was suspected in at least 10 homicide investigations between 1969 and 1975. 10 that police knew about. The real number, according to federal authorities, was north of 50. He was never convicted, not because police didn't try. They tried constantly. They built cases. They found witnesses. They prepared prosecutions. Then the witnesses died. In 1971, he was charged with intent to murder a star witness in a drug trial. The charges were dropped before trial. Then came the Roy Parsons case, a 1972 murder. Police had their witness, a man named James Lee Newton, street name Watusi Slim. Watusi Slim wasn't some random bystander. He was a one-time Campbell confidant and business partner. He knew everything. He could connect Chester to murders going back years. The prosecution thought they finally had the case that would put Campbell away forever. They put Watusi Slim in protective custody, a maximum security federal prison in Ohio. The protection wing, the safest place the government could put a human being short of an underground bunker. It didn't matter. Watusi Slim was found dead, throat cut, eyelids marked with X's, in the protection wing of a maximum security federal prison. The X's on the eyelids. Think about that. That wasn't just murder. That was a message to every potential witness in every pending case against Chester Wheeler Campbell. We can reach you anywhere, even in the one place the government swears is safe. All murder charges against Campbell were dropped. His lawyer stood before the judge and said it plainly. No shame, no apology. Words that echoed through Detroit's legal system like a gunshot. Chester doesn't need to be physically present to conduct business. The judge heard it. The prosecutors heard it. Every cop in Detroit heard it, and nobody could do a thing about it. February 6th, 1975, the night that changed everything. Chester was driving to his girlfriend's home in Orchard Lake, a wealthy suburb. Campbell had been living two lives, killer in the streets of Detroit and gentleman caller in the quiet suburbs. His girlfriend's house was full of his belongings, weapons, documents, and more notebooks. He came around a bend and nearly hit a patrol car. Instead of stopping, instead of showing his license and playing it cool like any smart criminal would, Chester Wheeler. Campbell hit the gas. High-speed chase through a suburb that had never seen one. He ran a police car off the road. More units joined. They finally stopped him. The car was a gold mine. 2 semi-automatic pistols, a rifle, a sawed-off shotgun, several ounces of heroin, and the notebooks. When they searched his house in Detroit and his girlfriend's home in Orchard Lake, the picture got worse. Documents bearing the names, addresses, and personal details of cops, politicians, judges, gangsters, addicts, witnesses, and prosecutors, sealed grand jury files, espionage equipment, the stolen Toledo police uniform and badge, an estimated $250,000 in cash, and a list, what prosecutors would call a hit list, the names and daily habits of people who were already dead, alongside names of people who were still alive. The implication was obvious. The living names were next. Among those names, L. Brooks Patterson, a well-known assistant prosecutor in Oakland County, who would later call Campbell absolutely incorrigible and a dedicated recidivist. 6 law enforcement agencies, Detroit Police, Oakland County, Wayne County, the FBI, the DEA, and the ATF, immediately began fighting over the notebooks. Not cooperating, fighting, because whoever controlled Chester Campbell's intelligence had leverage over the entire Detroit underworld and the police forces that were supposed to be clean. The corruption ran that deep. The Detroit Free Press covered it obsessively. The notebooks didn't just expose criminals, they exposed the true extent of Detroit's rot. Cover-ups, bribes, homicides, espionage, racism, addiction, rampant greed. And Chester knew it. In his cell, he reportedly told a fellow inmate, "I'm a dead man. Whether I stay in here or get out, brother, I'm dead." He wasn't wrong, just not in the way he expected. With Campbell locked up, Murder Row was finished. Not immediately, but inevitably. Chester had been the fear. Without him, the crew was just drug dealers with guns, and Detroit had 1,000 of those. The power inside Murder Row shifted. A lieutenant named Doc Holliday, real name Clarence Hillary, had been waiting for his moment. With Chester gone, Doc decided the leadership needed to change, violently. One night in 1979, at the Michigan Federated Democratic Social Club, Murder Row's own headquarters, Doc Holliday ordered 3 men killed. Not rivals, not enemies. His own people, James McJoy, Herbert Jackson, Alvin Clark. 3 Murder Row members who had sided with Frank Usher over Doc in the internal struggle for control. They were shot. Then it got worse. Doc ordered the bodies dismembered, heads removed, limbs separated, body parts placed into garbage bags, and he forced Frank Usher, the founder of Murder Row, the man the Giacalones had personally mentored to participate, to pick up a blade and cut apart the bodies of men who had been loyal to him. While it happened, Doc Holliday popped a bottle of champagne, lit a fat cigar, and celebrated. Then he sent 2 men to dump the garbage bags. They were sloppy. The remains were found. The case unraveled. Usher was convicted. Doc Holliday was acquitted, but the streets have their own justice system. In 1983, someone walked up to Doc while he was having a drink at a Detroit night.
The year I was born.
The Giacalone brothers watched all of this from a distance. They had lost their enforcer. Then they had lost their crew. The most powerful black drug operation in Michigan, the one they had personally funded and built, destroyed itself in 4 years without Chester Wheeler Campbell to hold it together. They moved on. They always moved on. New crews, new enforcers, new faces, but they never found another Chester. Campbell was convicted on weapons and drug charges in Oakland County, 40 to 60 months. Wayne County added 20 to 30 months under the habitual offender statute, federal charges for the sawed-off shotgun stacked on top. He fought for his money from prison. He filed dozens of legal briefs. He railed against everyone. The courts actually ruled in his favor and ordered the $250,000 returned. But by then, the IRS had taken it. The money was gone forever. He also orchestrated things from inside. A plot to kidnap 4 judges was discovered and traced back to Campbell while he was sitting in Oakland County Jail. All 20 of Detroit's Recorder's Court judges received extra security from a man in a cell. Chester doesn't need to be physically present to conduct business. September 1984. He was paroled. He walked out into a different Detroit. Murder Row was dead. The Giacalones had moved on. The heroin game had changed. Crack was coming. New players, young players, players who had never heard of Chester Wheeler Campbell, but Chester didn't know how to be anything else. April 1985, 7 months after release, somebody shot Chester Wheeler Campbell multiple times in the leg and thigh. An 11-hour surgery saved his life. Reporters showed up at the hospital. Cameras, microphones, questions about who shot him, why, and what he planned to do about it. Chester Wheeler Campbell, the man who had killed 50 people, who had the Italian mafia on speed dial, who had kept notebooks on every cop in Detroit, looked at the reporters and said, "I don't have anything newsworthy to say." Then he went back to work. In 1987, deja vu. Chester Wheeler Campbell was pulled over again. Same story, different year. A carload of guns, drugs, explosives, spy gear. Prosecutor L. Brooks,
active.
The same man whose name had appeared in Campbell's notebooks 12 years earlier, stood in court and called Campbell absolutely incorrigible, a dedicated recidivist and a heavy-duty criminal. The sentence was 40 years. Chester was 57 years old. He was never coming home, and everyone in that courtroom knew it. For the next 14 years, Chester Wheeler Campbell sat in a federal prison. The man who only wore black, the man who went to museums and plays, the man who studied foreign languages and kept a spy operation in his trunk, the man the Italian mafia chose above all others. He died on a prison bed in a federal medical facility in 2001. The official cause of death was end-stage liver disease, hepatitis C, natural causes. Chester Wheeler Campbell, Dr. Death, the Angel of Death, the Undertaker, 007, died of natural causes. He was 71 years old. Here's what stays with me. Chester Wheeler. Campbell killed over 50 people. He was convicted of murder exactly once in 1955 for $420. He spent 30 of his 71 years behind bars, not for the 50-plus murders, for guns, for drugs, for being caught with the wrong things in the wrong car at the wrong time. Every witness who tried to put him away for what he actually did ended up dead, including one in the most protected facility the United States government could provide. Throat cut, X marks on his eyelids. The Italian Mafia, one of the most powerful crime organizations in American history, chose a black man from Detroit as their most trusted weapon. Not an employee, not a tool, a partner. A man they funded, protected, and needed. And the thing that scared everyone, cops, mobsters, prosecutors, judges, drug dealers, witnesses, wasn't the guns, it wasn't the body count, it was the notebooks. Because Chester Wheeler Campbell understood something that most criminals never grasp. Information is more dangerous than any weapon ever made. A bullet kills one person. A notebook with the right names, the right addresses, the right secrets, controls an entire city. He gathered intelligence the way a spy would. Surveillance, payoffs, shadowing, contacts. He tracked everyone, and he wrote it all down. When they found those notebooks in the trunk of that Oldsmobile, 6 law enforcement agencies went to war with each other, not to bring Campbell to justice, but to control the information he had collected. Inside those pages were every dirty secret Detroit had been hiding for a decade. Those notebooks were the real weapon. That's the real story of Chester Wheeler Campbell. Not just a hitman, not just a killer. A man who turned knowledge into the most terrifying weapon in Detroit. The real John Wick did not exist in a movie.
Right.
He drove a rented Oldsmobile through Orchard Lake, Michigan. The only thing that stopped him was not a rival gang, not the FBI, not the Italian Mafia. It was a narrow road and a patrol car coming the other direction. One near collision. That was all that separated Chester Wheeler Campbell from never being caught at all.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chester.
Country buying U.S. imports.
Right.
They
He wasn't nothing to play with.
nothing now.
No,
They won't.
Not at all.
It was no joke. All right, what are you talking about, Shabaki? You did some research on what?
I did some research on Garvey, man. It's all bad, but it's complicated. It appears, based on the information on what I got, okay, is that he had some haters inside his organization that might have been compromised to smear Garvey. But this does not clear Garvey, so I'm going to read it on tomorrow night.
These were people outside of his organization, Shabaki.
Yeah, outside and inside his organization.
But
I thought that was kind of known, but yeah, I'd like to hear that too.
Yeah. It's complicated, man, because and also too, Cool Keys. I checked out this dude by the name of Lerone Bennett, who was the major writer for Ebony magazine. And he's wrote a series of books on our history. The brother's deep, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
they're like
is,
years old. Them books are like 50 plus years old, Shabaki.
Actually, Brother Che, they're about 60, but they closer to the point in time, you say, because this AI junk that they doing, man, they put a whole lot of crazy stuff in it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure there's got to be some useful information in there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, in other words, Keys, it's like what Bruce Lee said. In any given situation, you take what is useful, leave what is useless.
Right. What did he say about Garvey?
Okay, you want me to read it?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Keith, wanted to know what research he found.
I mean, if there's a new development, it doesn't sound like nothing new that we haven't heard before, but
just do for sure.
Hey, if he got some new information.
Hold on.
That's what we're here for. We're to share information.
Right.
Because I'm going to look the shit up anyway. Whatever you say, I'm going to look that up.
Oh, yeah, by all means. You know what I'm saying? By all means.
the conversation like fucking a couple weeks back. I watched like 2 different documentaries. It's just out the blue.
Okay,
and they covered it in depth. All of it.
Yeah, it'll be 45 on Friday.
To the motherfuckers he was with, to the black folk that he was with, they were marrying a white
I. There you go again. Dude,
covered it. The betrayals.
He was the teller, unfortunately.
Yeah, but like, we can't, like, come on, man. How we go from years of celebrating Marcus Garvey Day to now he's fucking?
Yeah, because we didn't know all this stuff then.
What do you mean? It's been public.
exactly. See, Lady Che, that's why I want to hear the information. There's a lot of information that came out here in like just the last recent that I didn't know. I like in the last maybe I knew the stuff about the KKK. That was like the most damaging stuff.
Lerone Bennett was best friends with the guy that wrote Devil in the Blue Dress.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You got background noise.
4, 3, 4.
Came in with it.
You watching the launch or something?
You watching something? Okay. All right.
Then the stuff that Tariq just said tonight was pretty interesting about Garvey.
Like, man, how we go from this?
Devil in the Blue Dress.
Walter Chester. What's your thoughts about Chester?
That was tight.
Oh yeah, Chester, man. I shared that story with you because I thought you would just watch it. I didn't know you were covered on the show.
I like
it. That's very informative, and think about what they said at the end. That's where all the knowledge and the stuff hit me is what at the end when they was talking about how information is weapons.
Right.
That is a weapon. How we sharing. That's why I get mad, and I'm not getting mad. I'm not emotional, but I get a little irritated because I'm like our brother GBS. I don't like too much joking and bullshitting.
Yeah.
You start doing too much of that, then I start getting irritated. Like, no, all right, man. Because I'm just not like that. I'm not.
Right.
I'm here to learn and share information because that is our weaponry, is the knowledge.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't trying to gain no new enemies or nothing like that. That is being trolling me on my shit.
Right.
I'm just saying, look, chill out. Let's keep it a little bit more serious sometime. But if I'm wrong, or if that's not an option for you, okay, we could just do it without me then. Because I'm not gonna be involved in the silly, goofy time.
Right.
All the time.
I hear you, Keezy. I'm the same way. All right. So moving along, we got U.S. allies are shifting global impacts.
If I may jump in, Che and Keezy.
Make it quick, cool.
Yeah, I'm not cool. I'm gun. I'm not. My gun is hot. But anyway, no, I get what you're saying, Keezy. I get what you're saying, Jesse. I just try to keep it some type of way. Sometimes just because it's always serious. We always shooting. We always on point.
Yeah.
So I try to keep it, like funny or
seriousness. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the Aries in us, man. They hearing it though.
Put a little high in there sometimes.
Right, because we the war guys, right? We always shooting.
We always serious, and we just want to laugh too. If they just think we're playing around, but that's just the Aries in us because they'll never understand it.
Yeah.
They just think we play too much.
All right. So,
Right, we playing, but we really shooting.
So serious.
All right, so they're gonna give us an update on this.
All right, thank you, Lady Che, and no, thank you, Che. That's all I wanted to say.
I got it. You got it.
Thank you.
Carry on, Jesse.
Okay, y'all. It's so great to see you. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, Lisa.
And I hope you're all doing well. So we're going to talk about the allies that are really lost. The U.S. has lost all of their allies. And there are things going on, y'all,
We don't need allies.
So many things to talk about. I told y'all I watched
the U.S. allies.
the strikes that Iran
Yeah,
and
the
Israel
U.S.
do on
actually
each
does
other.
need allies. We ain't talking about black people.
Last night,
Right.
Iran
We
did
don't need allies.
300 strikes on Israel.
The U.S.
Israel defenses are virtually gone. Damn near all of those missiles reached the ground, reached buildings, blew up buildings and everything. Their defense is literally depleted.
Damn.
They can no longer knock all of the missiles out of the air. No, if you haven't seen it on live stream, you really need to look at it on live stream. They literally.
Yo, where's the link to that?
You can tell.
Yeah, I want to know that.
They
too.
have
Right. Listen, I don't believe Lisa about shit talking about warfare or anything talking about fighting.
Equipment. Now,
I really don't. She's using this old ass 1970s picture.
I'm hearing that from all the missile strikes
That's not how Lisa looks right now. Lisa is damn 80-something years old. She don't look like that.
She's no damn 80-something
in Israel. And
Torian put her on. Torian said he put on. But Lisa don't look like that right now. Hell, Lady Tay don't look like that right now.
With all kinds of
hell, my daughter don't look like that right now.
It's not hard to believe that
that's a fake picture.
And they're
of old Lisa back in the day, like 20 years from where she's at right now. Anyway, I fuck with Lisa. I really fuck with Lisa.
So Israel is having
what does that matter, though? What the fuck does that matter?
Their soldiers wanting to fight. Now they're trying to downplay it. I was listening to the news and they were like, "Oh,
that bottle down."
Percentage," and I think they're lying about that.
What bottle?
Of them are
that bottle been down. That bottle been empty for about 30 minutes.
Right now, among those soldiers.
Bro, you can't be up here if you're just gonna keep interrupting. We don't have that pay. We don't have the patience for that tonight.
I was responding to Keezy.
Okay, you responded to Keezy. Now let me continue the video.
I don't believe it's a small percentage. I think they're saying that to save face in the media. I think it's far greater than what they're willing to admit. The U.S. is also doing poorly, and a lot of the chatter is they're downplaying the number of soldiers that the U.S. has lost, and I definitely believe that.
Yeah.
I definitely believe that the number is way too low to be believable. It is just not believable that 13 or whatever laughable number they're trying to tell us and a war is going on. That is absolutely impossible. It's impossible. And I think another problem is, y'all, see, we are in the 21st century. Warfare is very different now. Warfare is not the same.
What does this woman know about warfare? When was the last time she was in a fight?
1940s. It is nothing like that. The technology is now different and a lot more advanced. And you have all kinds of defenses that you didn't have back then. So you can't fight a war the same way you fought it a century ago. It is just far different. And
when was the last time she was in combat?
All of the allies are still refusing to help Donald Trump. And I think it's wrong for Donald Trump to start a war and then expect everybody just to jump in. No, I don't blame any of them for saying no, but all of them have said no. Because some people were like, well, the UK, look, the UK said no, y'all. If they didn't say no, you would see the UK sending their troops out there. If you don't see a country sending their troops to the Middle East, they said no. Period. They said no. And they may have said it in a different way, but it's still no. So it's a mess. Oh, yeah, Israel is, y'all, that place is a mess. Now, people were saying that they heard quakes, and some people are suspecting that Israel is testing a nuke.
Uh-oh.
You know, here's the problem with using nukes.
So fuck the whole atmosphere up.
The problem is if Israel use a nuke on Iran to end the war, you got to remember, Iran got allies, China and Russia, that got nukes. And China already said they were going to get in the fight. And I was also reading, they have been saying a lot of trains have been going into Iran from China, because, you know, they're all on the east. All of them are over on the east. And they said, oh, China is bringing in a lot of goods. They don't really know everything. Is definitely bringing things in there to Iran.
Stay on topic.
And the thing is, if they nuke Iran, I don't believe that's going to be the end. I really believe somebody is going to get Israel and possibly the U.S. But that's what they're saying. They're hearing these quakes and they think that's what it is. They're testing. And see, you're turning to that because you're losing. That's why the U.S. used that atomic bomb on Japan. Because do you know Japan was getting the upper hand at one point in time until the U.S. dropped that bomb down on them and that ended the war? But prior to that, the Japanese were literally getting the upper hand on the U.S. Yeah. So you got to really read about these wars and not go by what these folks tell you. They're only going to tell you whatever they think makes them look good.
Right.
But when you really look at Pearl Harbor, the U.S. was not winning Pearl Harbor. They weren't winning. And those kamikaze jets that were slamming into boats and everything, they were literally getting the upper hand. That's why they got that hydrogen bomb out and dropped it on them.
Yep.
Okay. And usually when you got to go extreme like that, or go extreme and use a nuke, you're using it because you're losing.
Yeah.
All right. I had to learn a lot about these wars. I was going by what I learned in school or what I was told, and virtually nothing they told us about these wars are true. Virtually nothing, y'all. Virtually nothing is true that they have told us. They tell us the glorified version, which is, in other words, lies. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yep. They bombed them because the U.S. was losing to them, y'all. And that's how they were able to stop the war and claim victory. So that's what they believe Israel is doing. But I'm just telling you, if they drop a nuke on Iran, somebody is going to drop one down on Israel. And that's what I believe is going to happen. I don't believe it's going to be them dropping it and that's it. Because too many of their allies got nukes, including Pakistan. Pakistan got nukes. They're an ally to Iran. So we shall see. So let's listen to some of these videos on the allies. And in all honesty, y'all, I don't believe these allies are ever going to come back. I think they are gone. You know, I was looking at Donald Trump, one of his speeches overseas. Donald Trump talks to these world leaders like they're beneath him. I mean, he really talks nasty when he gets in front of these world leaders. And then, you know, the tariffs and all of, you know, I just think people are just fed up with the U.S. bullying the entire world. And in my opinion, none of these allies are coming back. And you already heard Canada said they going to be doing business with China from now on. They ain't buying nothing from the U.S. They were number one country buying U.S. imports. They won't touch nothing now. They won't buy nothing. They now made a huge deal with China. And they're going to be buying directly from China from now on. So I told you the U.S. goods are not selling anymore because no country will buy it. So I think they're gone. And I don't think they're coming back even if another presidency came into office. I still don't believe they are all going to come back. I think they're going to just leave the U.S. alone. For real. And another thing I wanted to tell y'all, the reason why Donald Trump is desperate to get this war to end is because I found out the oil giants are all over his ass for starting this war. Because listen, if they can't get ships into the Straits of Hormuz, which they can't, you know, Iran picked who can go in there and who can't. So it's only a small amount of boats going in there. So anyway, they're all up Donald Trump's ass because the longer the Straits of Hormuz is closed, they are losing money every single day. The oil giants are losing money. Remember, they got oil over there too. That's owned by the major oil giants. And if they're not getting in and out of there to get that oil, they're not making no money. So the reason why Donald Trump is desperate,
you can have your
I heard a lot of these oil executives are all up Donald Trump's ass.
That's all we have.
For starting this war and for the fact that gas and oil is rising globally. Globally. There is no country in this world that's not impacted by the gas prices.
Oh.
And they are demanding that Donald Trump end this thing. So that's why he's been so desperate to do a ceasefire and end it and stop the war. Oh, it'll be over soon. That's why he's doing all of that out in the media, y'all. Those multi-billion-dollar oil companies are up his ass right now.
Yeah, but you
let me go ahead and share my screen.
Like, just please stay on topic, crew.
So we can get started. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, I mean, look, even if let me tell you something. We are the safest people on the planet. We know the Most High got us. Even if they nuke this place, he's going to bring us back. He's going to bring us back because he's not going to let the Gentiles end everything on the earth. He's not going to allow that. You know, he'll either get us off of this earth before it happens, or what he will do is, even if we're all destroyed, he's going to bring us all back. So we really don't have anything to worry about. We're going to be back here no matter what. Okay, y'all, thank you for the ones. And don't forget to pick up your hair products at 12 Tribes on Earth, Etsy, Shopify, or TikTok Shop.
I'd say, Stu, despite what people might say, she's right. That money is stopping.
Already been done. That Iran's basically been decimated, and all that's left to do now is to open the Strait of Hormuz. The president starting to signal that he may be willing to call time on this conflict, pull his troops out, even if that critical waterway remains closed. And he sort of is suggesting that he's going to leave it up to those countries that really rely on that strait for their oil supplies. That's mostly European nations, but of course, Australia is also badly affected. Donald Trump posting online, build up some delayed courage, go to the strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us.
We have to be very cautious with Donald Trump and take sometimes what he says with a fistful of salt. He's obviously very robust with his rhetoric at the moment, and unfortunately his credibility is somewhat in question, having sort of announced that he's pretty much won the conflict when Iran is showing very, very clearly that he hasn't.
Now, the Albanese government said it's not particularly surprised by Donald Trump's remarks, but it says it is not in keeping with the close relationship that America and Australia have enjoyed for decades, once again calling for a de-escalation in hostilities.
We have some big news right now. Donald Trump is having a really rough morning on multiple fronts. He is lashing out on Truth Social as we speak after we learned that CNN has reported that Donald Trump's approval rating currently at -17 is the lowest of any president in American history at this point in their presidency. And so what is he doing? He's lashing out. He's lashing out at countries across the world who he says haven't helped the United States and Iran, telling them, go get your own oil. Go to the Strait of Hormuz and do it yourself because the United States won't be there. Lashing out at a country like France because France allegedly wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded up with military supplies fly over French territory, saying that France has been very unhelpful with respect to Iran and the butcher of Iran. He's referring to the Ayatollah who has passed away, who the United States and Israel killed in airstrikes. He's not having a fun morning right now. I will have more updates for you very soon. As always, spread the word and follow along for all the news you need to know about.
The cost of fuel, or gas as they call it here in America, has just gone through $4 a gallon, which for Americans is very high. In fact, it's comparable to what was happening during the pandemic. He's feeling the pressure. This war is not going as well as he's anticipated. He hadn't realized that the Iranians would be able to close off the Strait of Hormuz and keep it closed. I think the Americans thought they might have tried to use that as leverage, but the fact that going into week 5, the Iranians still control that crucial passageway for 20% of the world's oil. And so you can see the frustration and the anger for Donald Trump. He and his Secretary of War or Defense, but he prefers to be called Secretary of War, Peter Hegseth, has now come out as well and has blasted the allies, particularly the United Kingdom. You'll hear a reference here to the big bad Royal Navy. So for some reason, the United Kingdom and Sir Keir Starmer are very much in the Trump White House's crosshairs.
There are countries around the world who ought to be prepared to step up on this critical waterway as well. It's not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well. So he's pointing out this is an international waterway that we use less than most, in fact, dramatically less than most. So the world ought pay attention to be prepared to stand up.
In Tehran, I think they are surprised at how they've been able to control that Strait of Hormuz and the chaos they're causing on world energy markets. Look at the petrol prices that Australians are now paying. And I think for the Iranians, this is their major leverage. And I think Donald Trump wants to end this war. But I think the new dynamic here is that Iran now actually may not want to end this war as quickly as the Americans. I think they feel that with Donald Trump under pressure leading up to the midterm elections in November, the longer they can keep this going, the more pressure they're going to put Donald Trump under. So I think that's the new dynamic here.
There's a hidden reality out there the White House won't admit. America's being quietly cut off from the world, and the rest of the world is draining U.S. power in silence. Global powers are not declaring an economic war on the states, but they're doing something deadlier, slower, and much safer for them. They're making U.S. financial dominance less and less relevant over time. No shots fired, no announcements made. So there will likely be no open confrontation with Washington unless something breaks badly. The option most countries have is to bleed U.S. leverage quietly. They do this in 3 ways. I study geopolitics for fun, and I will explain all 3 in detail. The first one is the sovereign gold pivot. Central banks around the world have been buying gold at record levels for many years in a row. But This is not a global panic buying. It's a hedge. By rotating out of US treasuries and into actual physical gold bars, major economies are reducing exposure to American financial pressure by doing that. As a result, the dollar's share of global reserves keeps shrinking. This does not crush the system, but it slowly exhausts America's ability to weaponize it. The second thing is alternative financial plumbing. SWIFT still matters, but it is no longer alone. Systems like China's digital yuan and multi-central bank digital currency platforms give countries a way to move money without ever touching US relief.
Crew, if I add you up here, you cannot be interrupting, cannot be changing the subject. You gotta stay on topic.
I agree.
Banks. Even partial migrations from the system actually matters. Every transaction that goes outside of US control is a disaster, much like leaving the mean kid out of the Reese's game. So no sanctions are broken, just dollars diluted. The last one is commodity and energy decoupling. Energy trade is no longer married to the dollar. More oil, gas, and raw materials are settled in local currencies between major producers and consumers. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Crew.
This insulates energy security from US policy swings and weakens long-term demand for dollar debt. This is also the reason why Venezuela and South America are on the news. All of this is happening without coordination. If these things are going to continue, US power will not disappear right now, but it will decrease and become harder and harder to convert into the pressure that the United States have against other people. And that changes the entire geopolitical game. And that's the cause of US acting irrationally against its neighbors.
U.S. allies just say no to Donald Trump. What? U.S. allies just say no to Donald Trump? Yes. France just said no.
Okay.
Spain said no. Italy said no, denied. Switzerland, no. The United Kingdom, no, on a limited
NATO
basis.
nations.
Portugal, no, on a limited defensive basis. What? Right now, multiple countries are just saying no to Donald Trump's use of their airspace or their bases within their countries. Donald Trump's go-alone war against Iran. Donald, you probably should have talked to them before you did this. Denying the use of their airspace or their bases for offensive use against Iran. France now has blocked all use of cargo on jets flying through France. Spain, full shutdown. Absolutely no airspace, no bases. Italy has denied the use of the base in Sicily. Switzerland, no, full stop. Not going through Switzerland or using anything in Switzerland. Trump, being the bully that he can be, is threatening them all. We will remember. Donald Trump, this is not diplomacy. This is being a bully. This is not the way you work with your allies or build allies. You like to go it alone, don't you, Donald?
Trump has no
Countries
military
like the United Kingdom and Portugal are saying no to offense. They can only use their bases on limited defensive basis.
Let me ask you something. Hey,
The
Chase,
United States is getting isolated. This means
I'm in Chicago, right? Indiana, right?
This means flights are taking longer. This means
Better be relevant to what we're talking about, Crew.
I can fly around Denver, right? I don't have to fly through Denver. Right? This is what I'm saying, like Trump, about Trump and what he's doing. Why? What did I do, Jesse? Why is everybody so hostile to me?
Because you keep interrupting. You and Shabaka keep interrupting and messing up the flow of the program. We're trying to get this information
Okay.
out. And,
No, so what my thing is about Trump is like, Trump is, to me, Trump is doing what he should do, just like getting around people. But go ahead with the thing.
Okay.
My bad.
refueling is more risky. Politically, it shows the United States doesn't have the backing of its allies. We're alone. Bottom line here, this is just not a conflict or war with Iran that Donald Trump started. It's a fracture it shows distance between the United States and its European allies, that we once were a strong team, but Donald Trump has driven us apart. Love to hear from my Democrats, my MAGAs, my crazies, my cuckoos, and the burned out light bulbs. Let me know what you think.
It's not just the Trump administration now. I think many of our allies are looking at all American citizens and saying, what is wrong with you people? How can you allow this to continue? That's the concern I have, because, again, for the 4 decades of my military career, I proudly represented the United States. And during some of my recent travels, you can kind of see the damage that this administration has done, not just in terms of the thoughts on what the administration is doing, but what the typical American is thinking about what his or her government is actually executing.
I wish I didn't have bad news for you today, but things are spiraling really badly out of control.
I can listen to Lieutenant General Mark Hart.
Arab nations that are now considering pulling out of the U.S. economy, pulling out investments because of the cost of this war that has been waged by Donald Trump. And when I say that they are the foundation of our economy, that if they pull out their investments, it could crash our economy. That is
you notice how everybody's saying foundation now, Jesse?
Letter that was just sent to Donald Trump and published for all of us to read by the leading businessman of the United Arab Emirates. His name is Khalaf Hamad El Habtour. You're going to need to sit down for this as I read this. His Excellency President Donald Trump, a direct question. Who gave you the authority to drag our region into a war with Iran? And on what basis did you make this dangerous decision? Did you calculate the collateral damage before pulling the trigger? And did you consider that the first to suffer from this escalation will be the countries of the region itself? The peoples of this region have the right to ask as well, was this your decision alone, or did it come as a result of pressures from Netanyahu and his government? You have placed the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Arab countries at the heart of a danger they did not choose. Thank God we are strong and capable of defending ourselves, and we have armies and defenses that protect our homelands, but the question remains, who gave you permission to turn our region into a battlefield? For before the ink has dried on your Board of Peace initiative that you announced in the name of peace and stability, we find ourselves facing a military escalation that endangers our entire region. So where did those initiatives go? And what is the fate of the commitments made in the name of peace? Most of the funding proposed in your initiatives came from the countries of the regions themselves and from Arab Gulf countries that contributed billions of dollars on the basis of supporting stability and development. And these countries have the right to ask today, where did this money go? And are we funding peace initiatives or funding a war that exposes us to danger? More dangerous than that, your decision does not threaten only the peoples of the region, but also reaches the American people whom you promised peace and prosperity. And here they are today, finding themselves in a war funded from their money and taxes, which costs are ranging, according to Institute of Policy Studies, between $40 to $65 billion for direct military operations and could reach $210 billion, including economic impacts and indirect losses if it lasts 4 to 5 weeks. Not to mention the sacrifice of Americans themselves in a war in which they have neither camel nor she-camel. Which I take that phrase to mean being on foot. You have even broken your promises not to get involved in wars and to focus only on America and put it at the top of your priorities, as you ordered foreign military interventions during your second term that included 7 countries: Somalia, Iraq, Yemen, Nigeria, Syria, Iran, and Venezuela, in addition to naval operations in the Caribbean and the Pacific Ocean. You directed more than 658 foreign airstrikes in your first year in office, which equals the total number of strikes in Biden's entire term, for which you directed your arrows of criticism for involving the United States in foreign wars. Your Excellency, the President, these numbers have severely reflected on your approval rating with Americans, which have declined since your inauguration for the second term by about 9% in just 400 days. These numbers say something clear. Even within the United States, there is growing concern about being dragged into a new war and about exposing the lives of Americans, their economy, and their future to unnecessary risks. True leadership is not measured by war decisions, but by wisdom, respect for others, and pushing toward achieving peace. And if these initiatives were launched in the name of peace, then we have the right today to demand full transparency and clear accountability. Well, good luck, because we are not getting any of that from the Trump administration, and we never have. And we've been asking, where is our money? Where is our money going? I'm going to step back and give you a final, bigger picture. We have centrist Democrats bought and paid, and every single Republican bought and paid, that are making money because they own stocks in the military industrial complex, and because their campaigns were significantly funded by the same. And when I tell you we must identify and elect more progressives in all of these upcoming Democratic primaries happening in a state near you, I cannot stress it enough. We have to stop the insanity, and we have to do it by voting better, voting differently, vote progressive.
Breaking news, but also a think piece. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar are discussing withdrawing from contracts with the United States and canceling future investment commitments in the U.S. to alleviate some of the economic strain imposed upon them by the Iran war. Now, a little disclaimer, this video is going to be a little bit longer. I put my videos on 1.2 times speed, and you can put it on 1.5 times speed if it is that long. But let's discuss it bit by bit. But first of all, I have a message to all of the people in the Gulf that were doing damage control. Everything is fine. Nothing is wrong. Why are you hating on the UAE? Why are you bitter? Why are you jealous? Why are you upset? Why are you mad? See, y'all making me get out of character. Last year, I was going crazy on TikTok, and this year I said, let me calm it down. But since y'all know how I feel when y'all call me fake news, right? Y'all are saying one thing, but y'all's governments are saying another thing. Let's get into it. Okay, first paragraph. The official said 3 of the 4 big Gulf economies, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar, had jointly discussed the strains being put on their budget and economies, but they declined to name the states. A number of Gulf countries have begun an internal review to determine whether force majeure clauses can be invoked in current contracts, while also reviewing current and future investment commitments in order to alleviate some of the anticipated economic strain from the current war, the official said, especially if the war and related expenses continue at the same pace. I thought it was all good. I thought it was normal. I thought it was okay. I thought it was safe. All of you Gulf influencers that got online and spread the propaganda that it was all good, anything that may have happened to somebody that want to leave simply for safety and return later, anything that happened to them is on your hands. Meanwhile, I was coming online telling the truth because I get information direct from the source, and y'all are coming in my comments even up till today, even up till I posted this video saying, why am I spreading propaganda? Where's the propaganda? Where's the propaganda when the MBS summoned the Iranian envoy? Where's the propaganda when UAE wants to sit with Iran to discuss the possibilities? Where's the propaganda? But I'm fake news? Okay. I'm AI? Yes, I am AI. Actual intelligence, not artificial intelligence. You understand? They added that the move was a precautionary measure. That was the result of the budget strains these countries are facing due to reduced income from energy, due to the slowdown in output or the inability to ship, and from the tourism and aviation sectors, in addition to the increase in defense spending. Now, let me tell y'all something. Y'all know I'm very critical of Gulf governments, but this time I will applaud the Gulf government because this action shows that they care about their people, even if it's just for the economy, even if it's just for the money. At least they have some degree of reverence for the actual people in the Gulf. All right, even though you see that what I've read so far is economic base. You stopping our y'all basically Gulf countries are telling USA y'all are stopping our cash flows, and we trying to figure out how we can get away from y'all and away from this nonsense. Okay, let's go to the next paragraph. An advisor to a Gulf government said the prospect of an investment review by the wealthy states had caught the White House attention. They manage some of the world's largest and most active sovereign wealth funds, and Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar last year pledged to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in the U.S. after President Trump visited the region. They're also big backers of sporting events around the world and have all been investing heavily domestically to develop their nations and diversify their economies. Question. Today, President Trump said that this war with Iran could last until September. The World Cup is in June. Will the World Cup continue? Will there be a World Cup? This is a serious question. I don't know if we're going to see a World Cup in 2026. Let's continue. Any move that affects investments in the U.S. or other Western states may raise the pressure on Trump to seek a diplomatic strategy to bring the war to an end. The oil-rich Gulf states have been dragged into the continent that the U.S. and Israel launched against Iran, with Tehran facing a ferocious, with Tehran issuing, sorry, y'all, the stop button is in my face, issuing a ferocious response against Washington's regional allies. These something caused shipping traffic to slow to a halt through the Strait of Hormuz, which I got a video about the Strait of Hormuz coming after this one. The crucial waterway through which a fifth of the world's oil and gas passes, with at least 10 tankers being stuck in the Gulf. Y'all just don't like me to be right. Let's be honest. Y'all just don't like me to be right. Like, how come when I come and I just want to give the news honestly? I want to give honest journalism to my people. How come y'all always try to stake me at the cross and throw stones at me? I am sick. All right, let me be honest in peace, okay? Don't come on my news talking about some fake news. Don't come on my news talking about some, this guy's lying, this guy's doing all of this for clicks and likes. Who do you think you are? The audacity of you. Anyway, I haven't been this excited, y'all, but this was just for the haters, y'all. But anyway, it is 1:47 a.m., March 6, 2026. Follow me for more updates and think pieces.
Okay, that's over a month
Well, we
ago.
have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have more.
That is exactly true. Trump ain't lying. America has so much oil.
Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount.
America has so much oil. We're not affected by none of this shit.
To allow any type of military craft.
That's not true.
Yo, Donald Trump is lying.
Gas prices are all over the whole world.
What is not true, Jesse?
Comes from the straits.
That we're not affected by it.
Donald Trump is trying every day. He's trying to put on airs and act like we are going to be unaffected by this. This is not true.
Okay, we might be affected by it, but we make oil and we have big oil reserve. We're good.
Your oil that you depended on getting from that region is now cut completely off because they said they are not supplying Israel and the United States. They are completely banned from going into the Straits of Hormuz. And Donald Trump,
America has oil. We don't care about that.
People like we're going to be unaffected by it. That's not true. We are going to be impacted. We weren't going to be affected by it. Why are the damn prices going up all over the damn place?
Thank you.
The prices are going through the roof, but we're unaffected by it.
This damn near $7 a gallon out here in Vegas. And last week, man, it was only $5.50.
Having a president,
The motherfucker that ain't driving nowhere, they paying that price, don't care.
because if we were to get attacked and he had that intel, he would probably let us all be sitting ducks. You can't trust a person that will not be frank with you. And Donald
That is when I'm going to go pick up my son and I gotta be there and all that kind of shit.
He ain't gonna tell us the truth at all. And he's showing us that each and every day. So
Lisa got so much Trump derangement syndrome. I can't listen to her.
The pertinent info, we certainly would never get it from this media or this Trump administration. But he's not telling the truth.
He's been like that since I've ever heard of him.
On.
To stop in our nation and to be refueled or whatever. Well done. Because this is not their war. This is America's war. And maybe they should have Trump should have thought it out a little more, I don't know, better if he, needed help or any type of aid. But of course not. He did an impulse decision to distract us from the Epstein files. And now this is going to be a long, long battle.
This gay dude in his car think he know better than the president of the United States.
At the pumps, they voted for this, and we know that they're not going to serve the country.
He's an immigrant.
They don't love America.
He's not
They
even
hate
from
America,
here.
but they love Daddy Trump. There is a difference. So good luck, but well done, allies, for standing your ground and saying,
He didn't have that luck
we are
in his
not
own.
going to help you out, America. Well done.
How come he didn't have that luck in his own
Of
country?
NATO during my time as a United States Senator, because I found great value in it. And it wasn't just about defending Europe. I said it also allowed us to have military bases in Europe that allowed us to project power into different parts of the world when our national security was threatened. If now we have reached a point where the NATO alliance means that we can't use those bases, that in fact, that we can no longer use those bases to defend America's interests, then NATO is a one-way street. Then NATO is simply about us having troops in Europe to defend Europe, but when we need their help, not their help, we're not asking them to conduct airstrikes. When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no. Then why?
Yeah, that sounds like a bunch of Pan-Africans. That's why Pan-African doesn't work.
Hundreds of billions of dollars over the years, trillions of dollars, and all these American forces stationed in the
Dude
region.
is saying exactly why this was us Americans were
We're
doing.
not going to be allowed to use those bases. So I think there's no doubt.
And the Africans wasn't.
After this
No,
conference
fuck
is
them.
concluded, we are going to have to re-examine that relationship. We're going to have to re-examine the value of NATO and that alliance for our country. Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make, and he'll have to make it. We're going to finish the job here. As I said, we're very, very close to achieving our objectives on all of these things that I've outlined. But I do think, unfortunately, we are going to have to re-examine whether or not this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose, or is it now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to defend Europe, but when we need the help of our allies, they're going to deny us basing rights and they're going to deny us overflight? I think these are
Because
very
your
legitimate
president
questions that we need to be-
alienated them, asshole.
Nigga, they've been doing this shit the whole time since the president's president, since Ronald Reagan. Stop it, Shabaka. Stop
Yeah, I
it.
heard this BS, y'all.
You vote like Lisa. You've been voting for the same fuckboys that put us in the position in the first place. Stop it, Shabaka.
You don't have the ability to protect anybody. Can't even protect yourself.
You said
so.
You can't even protect yourself, Shabaka.
I think the U.S.
Like
pulls
Lisa
out of
said.
NATO. I really, truly don't think the world will.
No,
Unmute me.
I really don't.
we are unmuted.
Ray, you said you were going to behave yourself.
See, Donald Trump is still trying to talk and act like we are some big superpower. No, see, when you get bitch slapped by Iran in front of the whole world,
I'm trying to behave myself, Lady J.
fight them back with, nobody's going to look at America as a superpower anymore. Yeah, you might be on paper, but in reality, nah, nobody's going to treat you like a superpower no more.
Lisa calling my name out.
Not going to happen. So, y'all, I was just trying to bring this to you because what I'm telling you, you will never see in mainstream news. You will never in a million years see this in mainstream news at all. And I don't think the world is going to miss the U.S. if they stepped away from NATO. That's just my opinion.
Lisa is insane.
They're already refusing
Everybody
to buy
missed the
from
US.
They're already saying they're not going to have your back out there in the Middle East. So what's one more step of you getting out of NATO? I really don't think they're going to care. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I got 2 more great live streams.
The entire world will care.
Now, y'all remember the president of Ghana came to New York City And
This is why I'm
he
into
went
it with my
to
dad.
the slave
Why?
burial grounds in New York City, and he was
I just
protested
uploaded
by
a video about that.
FDA
Wow.
and letting him know we don't want Ghana speaking for us when it comes down to reparations. So he was protested in New York City. Well, days later, Ghana got hit with a major flood. It heavily rained there for 7 straight hours, and parts of Ghana is underwater. So some people feel that is the judgment from the Most High. Some folks are saying it's the ancestors for him coming to New York City. And they're saying that those folks at that burial ground are not African. And they, when he stepped foot on soil in New York, he left with a curse. And they were hit with a flood, y'all. So
Brooke
we're
gave
going to
her.
see and
Brooke
talk
gave in
about
that man that
flood.
curse.
And at 3:45,
May the
Australia
ancestors
got
follow
hit
you home.
with
Brooke said that.
a cyclone.
Yeah.
And just before the cyclone hit Australia, the entire atmosphere turned blood red. And I'm going to let you see images of that and video clips that came out of Australia. And they're not lying. It looks blood red for real. So I hope to see you there. But remember 145 and 345, and don't forget to pick up your hair products.
And mine.
Hey Tay, she said, "What? They not lying? What are they cheaters?"
Anyway, so
I'll just mess with you.
All right,
They
go.
not lying. They cheaters.
Okay, that's what they say.
Go ahead, lady.
All right, so that was supposed to be the last one. So basically, when she started the show, she was talking about nuclear bombs and if they had been testing a nuke or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, I mean, like, I'm just gonna read you something. Okay, factual shit, right? Atomic bombs, right? Bombing on. I gotta make it a little bigger because I can't read. I'm sorry, I'm blind. On 6th and 9th.
Yo, blind ass.
Shh. Let me read. On 6th and 9th August of 1945, the United States detonated 2 atomic bombs over the Japanese city of Hiroshima,
And Nagasaki.
in Nagasaki, respectively, during the final days of World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make it normal. The serial bombings killed 150,000 to 246,000 people, most of whom were civilians, and remain the first and only uses of the nuclear weapons in an armed conflict. In the final year of the World War II, Allies prepared for a costly invasion of the Japanese mainland. The undertaking was preceded by conventional bombing and firebombing campaigns that devastated 64 Japanese cities, including the Operation Tokyo and the war in Europe, including with German surrender on May 8th, 1945. And the
That
Allies.
would be our grandparents that won the European side.
Shh. Jesus.
No, I'm just saying that'd be me, you, and Jesse grandparents that won that European side.
Hold on a sec. I'm trying to be serious. I'm trying to read. And the Allies turned. Oh my God! See what you did?
I apologize.
God damn it, dude. Hold on a sec. Oh man, you made me go back when I messed it up. I'm reading it on the phone. Okay. On May 8th, 1945, and the Allies then turned their full attention to the Pacific War. By July of 1945, the Allies at the Manhattan Project had produced 2 types of atomic bombs: Little Boy, an enriched uranium gun-type fission weapon, and Fat Man, a plutonium implosion type nuclear weapon. The 509 509th Composite Group of the U.S. Army Air Forces was trained and equipped with a specialized silver plate version of the Boeing B-29. Shit, hold on a second. Oh my god. See, man, hold on a second.
No, everything you're saying is correct, Lady J.
No, just hold on 1 second. Just hold on 1 second. Okay.
And they put the final touches on it at the Livermore National Laboratory in Livermore, California, which is about 35 miles east of Frisco Bay. Then they kicked it off to the Navy, and they took it out of Frisco Bay.
Okay, hold on a sec. A version of the Boeing B-29 Super Fortress and deployed in Tinian in the Mariana Islands. The Allies called for the unconditional surrender of the Imperial Japanese Armed Forces in Potsdam Declaration on 24th July 1945. The alternative being prompt and utter destruction. The Japanese government ignored the ultimatum. Japan announced its surrender to the Allies on the 15th of August, 6 days after the bombings of Nagasaki, and the Soviet Union's declaration of war against Japan and invasions of Manchuria. The Japanese government signed an instrument of surrender on 2nd September, ending the war. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, keeps going. Hold on.
On September 17th, they ended the war. Japan gave up.
Hold on. The consent of the United Kingdom was abstained for the bombing, as required by the Quebec Agreement, and the orders were issued on 25th of July by General Thomas T. Handy, the acting chief of staff of the U.S. Army, for atomic bombs to be used on Hiroshima, Kikura, and Nagasaki. These targets were chosen because they were large urban areas, also had significant military facilities. On 6th of August, a little boy was dropped on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Fat Man was dropped on Nagasaki. Over the next 2 to 4 months, the effective atomic bombings killed 90,000 to 160,000 people in Hiroshima and 60,000 to 80,000 people in Nagasaki. Roughly half the deaths occurred on the first day, and for months afterward, many people continued to die from the effects of the burn radiation, due to the effects of burns, radiation sickness, and other injuries compounded by illness and malnutrition. Despite Hiroshima's sizable green garrison, estimated at 24,000 troops, some 90% of the dead were civilians. Scholars have extensively studied the effects of the bombing on social and political characters of subsequent history and popular culture, and there is still much debate concerning the ethical and legal justifications for bombing, as well as the ramifications of geopolitics, especially in the context of the Cold War. Some supporters argue that atomic bombings were necessary to bring an end to a war with minimal casualties and ultimately prevented a greater loss on both sides, and also asserted that the demonstration of atomic weaponry created the long peace in the fear of preventing a nuclear war. Conversely, critics argued that the bombings were unnecessary for the war's end and were a war crime, raising moral and ethical implications, and also asserted that the future use of atomic weaponry is more likely than anticipated and could lead to nuclear holocausts. There you go. Why she say that is if they were testing it, there would be radiation everywhere and a whole collapse of inside into wherever they were testing. So they wouldn't be testing it because it has to come out. It's like fucking radiation and plutonium and like shit that's gonna fucking burn your skin and fry you to death. You know what I mean? Make it out of that, especially if you're that close. All the people would be dead. They would be gone, wiped, if they're testing it like that. So no, that's fucking crazy.
And
Now,
you're right, Lady J.
the other bombs and shit that they be dropping, those are crazy too. But a nuke that you have two key fucking turn at the same time, push the button. That shit's crazy.
Okay, Lady J. Do you know the difference between the atomic bomb and the nuclear bomb?
Yeah, they told me. They said it. There were two different types of bombs.
Yes, it is.
Made. Oppenheimer created. He used at the Manhattan.
Right, Robert Oppenheimer. Yeah, he took over the work after Einstein died. And what happens is that Einstein split the atom, thus in turn the atomic bomb. A nuclear bomb is where you split the nucleus of the atom.
Right.
That makes it 100 times more effective. And they dropped that damn thing on Hiroshima. Then they dropped it on Nagasaki, and Truman told Yamamoto, if you all don't surrender, I'm about to drop the next motherfucker on Tokyo. That's how World War II ended.
You're exactly correct, Shabaka. Because nigga, nobody wants to drop a bomb dropped on them again.
Right.
Not after 2 times. Yeesh.
Right. So this
and then that's what Emperor Hirohito said, we must bear the unbearable. And he surrendered unconditionally.
What made them even bomb us in the first place, Shabaka? Because they knew better than that.
We bombed them.
No. He's talking about Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1940.
Yeah, I'm talking about Pearl Harbor. Well, like, what made them even think to bomb us?
I forgot how that shit started.
Okay.
I'm asking you, Shabaka. Okay. Like, what would make them bomb us? Because they knew we was coming back with them damn nukes.
Okay, they didn't know that. See, the thing is, you have to understand, crew and Che and Lady Che.
It was like an experiment.
Okay, it wasn't an experiment with Pearl Harbor. What it is the samurai, or the katana. Okay, they are the ruling class of Japan. And they're very egotistical. So when they launched a fight on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto, who was ordered to coordinate the attack, all his pilots came back and he said, yeah, you guys did an excellent job. We fulfilled the orders of Emperor Hirohito. But guess what, people? We just woke up a sleeping fucking giant.
Hey, Shabaka, yeah, that's my point. Yeah, like, what the fuck? Bro, I ain't going, hey, Shabaka, you know me and you, right? I'm not going to come wake you up by slapping you. You get me? I ain't going to wake you up by slapping you because I know, damn, that's going to turn Shabaka against me.
How did
you get me?
Pearl Harbor start?
Okay, Pearl Harbor started, Lady Che, December 7th, 1941. It was on a Sunday. This is why, you hear this old saying, well, man.
Yeah, and everybody was drunk, right, Shabaka?
Yeah,
all the troops was drunk.
Yeah, everybody was drunk. Yeah, Saturday night at Pearl Harbor, right? Okay. But that old saying, man, well, it's the weekend. We can't do this. It's the weekend. And that's what the counter would be. Well, Pearl Harbor was attacked on a Sunday because the Japanese Imperial Army and Navy knew that them white boys is going to be out there getting drunk the night before. You see what I'm saying? And lo and behold, they did. They hit Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Shabaka, let us get on our guns and all that while we drunk.
Schofield Air Barracks. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
Hey, Shabaka, let us get on our guns while we drunk with a hangover.
Yeah,
you get me? The Japanese knew that shit.
Yeah, they did. You see, and then keep in mind is that before that, Lady Che, you had a lot of the Japanese here in the U.S., and this is when they started the internment camps, is because they were studying farming, dairy making. See, so therefore, this attack probably was conceived, I would go so far as to say, about 1937.
Oh, hey, Shabaka, if I may, that might have been our girlfriends. And they know how we get drunk. They know how we chill out. You get me? And then they reported back to Japan. And that's when they hit Pearl Harbor.
Okay, and the cold part about it is, crew, is that the Japanese ambassador was in Washington when they bombed Pearl Harbor.
Oh, he was out the way. He
was in D.C., man, up there talking to Roosevelt, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but meanwhile, they bombing Hawaii all the way over there.
Mm-hmm. It says, on December 7, 1941, the Empire of Japan launched a surprise military strike on the United States fleet as naval base at Pearl Harbor.
Right.
Them niggas was drunk. They was just coming off they Saturday night shit. And then boom, 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 boom.
Stop. At the time, the U.S. was a neutral country in the World War II. The air raid on Pearl Harbor, which launched from aircraft carriers, resulted in the U.S. declaring war on Japan the next day. The Japanese military leadership referred to the attack on Hawaii Operation A something, whatever, and Operation Z during its planning. Now let me get to the good stuff. All right. Then it says the attack on Pearl Harbor was preceded by months of negotiations between the U.S. and Japan over the future of the Pacific. Japanese demanded, including that the U.S. end its sanctions against Japan, cease and ending China in the Second Sino-Japanese War, and allowed Japan to access resources on the Dutch East Indian. Japan sent out its naval attack group on the November 26, 1941, just prior to receiving the whole note, which stated that the U.S. desired that Japan withdraw from China and French Indonesia, Isasagi, and Yakumo.
You mean French Indochina, Lady Che?
Yep, I can say it.
That's Vietnam.
Yeah. Commander of the Japanese Combined Fleet planned the attack and preempted strike on the Pacific Fleet.
Man, you attack a U.S. Pacific Fleet, it's over with. We're going to drop nukes on you. Stop playing.
Stop. Basically, Pearl Harbor since 1940 in Japan to prevent it from interfering with Japan's planned actions to Southeast Asia. Yamamoto hoped that the strike would enable Japan to make quick
It didn't work.
Stop. Gains and negotiate peace. In addition to Pearl Harbor, over 7 hours, Japan launched coordinated attacks on the U.S. held Philippines, Guam, and Wake Island, as well as on the British in Malaya, Singapore, and Hong Kong. The attack force commander Chiuchi Naguma began its attack.
Chiuchi Naguma.
7:48 on Hawaii time, 6 p.m. GMT time on December 7th, 1941. The base was attacked by 353 fighters. The base was attacked by 353 fighters. Level and
Schofield Air Barracks
and torpedo bombers in 2 waves launched from 6 aircraft carriers. On the 8th of the 8 U.S. battleships present, all were damaged and 4 were sunk. All but Arizona were later raised. The 6 were returned to service during the war. The Japanese also sank and damaged the 3 cruisers, 3 destroyers, an anti-aircraft training ship, and the mid layer. More than 180 U.S. aircrafts were destroyed. A total of 2,403 Americans were killed, and 1,178 others were wounded, while the Japanese lost a total of 29 aircraft, 5 jet submarines, and 130 men. The three U.S. carriers stationed at Pearl Harbor were at sea at the time, and the important base installations, including its oil storage and naval repair facilities, were not attacked. Japan declared war on the U.S. and the British later that day, December 8th, in Tokyo, but the declarations were not delivered until the next day. On December 8th, both the United Kingdom and the U.S. declared war on Japan. On December 11th, though they had no formal obligation to do so under the Tripartite Pact in Japan.
Lady Che, who declared war? Did they declare war exactly? Or is it just...
They declared war back and forth. They both did it. And Italy. While there were historical precedents for unnoticed military action by Japan, the lack of formal warning and perception that the attack had been unprovoked, and the U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt to famously label December 7th a date which
in infamy
will live in infamy. The attack was the deadliest ever event ever in Hawaii and the deadliest foreign attack on U.S. until September 11th attacks. Whoa.
That is a fact. Everything you're stating is facts. And then what had happened was that Roosevelt had went to the British because they were fighting the Germans. And the British said, if you help us with the Germans, we will help you with the Japanese. Because
hey, Shabaka, they always lying. Just
hold on a second, man. Please let me finish. Okay. So what had happened was that Mussolini, okay, the Italians, he was with Germany, and the Japanese was doing their own thing. So what had happened was the British was fighting the Germans already. Okay, that's what the Blitzkrieg was about, and I believe that started in 1939. So the British and the U.S. said, well, we'll watch each other's back. This is where you get the two 4-star generals. The Dwight D. Eisenhower, who was the only goddamn 5th-star general in the United States military history.
Hold on, no, you're wrong, Shabaka. I'm a 5-star admiral.
Nigga, you a 5-star drunk, okay? Now,
man, if you don't stop it, I'm a 5-star admiral. Yes, he was the first 5-star general, but I am a 5-star admiral.
Go ahead, Shabaka.
Okay, so what had happened is that MacArthur was the commander of the Pacific fleets. General Eisenhower, who was the commander of Europe. Okay,
and he was the commander of the Navy. Like, he had such high rank. He was commander of the Navy.
Man, you just can't help it, can you? As I was
saying. I'm sorry. No, because I follow this. Like, man, the first 5-star, yes, he was commander of the Navy. Yeah, I get you, Shabaka.
No, Eisenhower was the commander of the Army, man. He
was but there was a commander of the Navy too.
Yeah,
they called him Commandant.
Okay, no, that was Admiral Halsey and Admiral.
What about Nimitz? What about Nimitz? Admiral Nimitz? Excuse me, Admiral Nimitz?
Yeah, Admiral Nimitz. Because they got the freeway in Oakland, Brother Che, called the Nimitz Freeway, named after Admiral Nimitz. And
right, that was 5-star. That was another 5-star. That was another 5-star, but he was Navy.
That there too, man, that's where all the ships was going out of San Francisco Bay, man, and going to the Pacific.
I agree with you, Shabaka.
The Japanese.
I agree with you, Shabaka and Che. I agree with y'all.
In San Francisco.
Bro, stop interrupting.
Yeah, they caught 5 Japanese submarines in San Francisco Bay. Yeah, right there by the Bay Bridge, right there where the Warriors play. Yeah, that they did do.
I was also going to add one more thing to what they were talking about. China just built a fucking underwater drone submarine. I mean, the waters really don't have no borders underneath the water. Like, you know where you're at. You know, underneath the water, you don't really, like, there's not a cutoff saying, welcome to this side of the fucking thing, you know? I mean, you can tell by the waves and all that shit, but, you know, like, you can kind of drone your way and let the waves take you down this way. Down yonder, start blowing up some shit from under the water.
And wait a minute, though, Lady Che, to give you more cannon fodder, meaning more power to your statement. Do you know they caught like about 5 Japanese submarines in San Francisco Bay?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They go underwater, they go over airspace, they infiltrate. I mean, and not only that, but we are fucking like dependent on them. They bought up almost all of our rare earths minerals. Shit, so we got to kind of get it back from them because they use it and they have their own mine. You know, they can do their own mining or whatever. And like this shit's crazy. That right there, the earth's mineral shit. They kind of got to loop into knowing how to like fuck us economically. They're in.
Lady Che, they are fucking us economically. Look at the price of this damn gas. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Big time. You see what I'm saying? Say, these damn fools over in the Middle East are fucking the United States like a 32-year-old dude is fucking a 50-year-old woman.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to put it like that, but that's exactly what's happening. And then this crazy orange orangutan bastard who don't have no goddamn military experience, you see what I'm saying? The commander-in-chief, he don't know what the fuck he's doing, man.
Yeah, that's obvious, Shabaka.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it is. And then just like I was telling old dumb Bunny Sarge when we was with Blog Talk, man, I've driven by Livermore. It's up there in the Bay Area, Brother Che, and all that there. At that time, it was all vacant land. But now you got all fancy track homes and neighborhoods out there and all that old type of shit. You see what I'm saying? And then my daddy, he served in World War II, and he was discharged in Pittsburgh, California, right? So what had happened was I was crossing that bridge, man, going out of Contra Costa County, man, going into Solano County up there where our man is up there in Sacramento, right? And I saw this old raggedy ass bridge, right, Brother Che? In Pittsburgh, you know, and that would take you to the city of Pittsburgh. So at that time that my daddy was discharged, man, in 1945, all that was vacant land. Just like when they had the bombing, the ammunition bombing that killed all the black GIs.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, all that there was vacant land. You see? All that there was vacant land out there, Lady Che. And Frisco Bay is only 90 feet deep at its deepest point. You see?
Yes.
So with all that nuclear experimentation out there with this Silicon Valley shit, you know what I'm saying? San Francisco Bay is an ecological hazard.
Right. That's what
It
I'm
really
saying.
is.
It's
Seriously.
all bad, and it's all bad. But if they were testing, they wouldn't even be alive right there.
Yeah,
You know?
well, see, that's just it, though, Lady Che. What the dumpster is doing, okay, with this shit that's going on over in the Middle East, they're probably testing their latest shit. You see what I'm saying? And then, not to mention, everything is classified, just like Che, when Osama was the president and before the jabby jab had to be coming out there, the motherfucker says, yeah, we got this new classified information on military projects classified, on medical stuff classified. And I distinctively remember the congressman was saying this as he was reading this shit, and he was saying, oh, God, Jesus Christ, medical classified. You see what I'm saying? Economic classified. Now, every other word this dude was saying was classified. And I bet you to this day, they still have not declassified those files.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm about to end the show.
Yeah, okay, but I wanted to read this here on Garvey, Brother Che.
Make it quick, Shabaka.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, bear with me. I got it marked in the book and everything, man. I know we're all tired. No one will ever know how many members of the United Negro Improvement Association eventually attracted. Garvey claimed 2 million members in 1919 and just 30 branches, which would have meant an average of 66,000 members per branch. In 1923, he claimed 11 million members. His opponent, and he had many of them, especially among Black American intellectuals, usually estimated his membership at less than 100,000, but this would have still have been the largest Black organization in the world. Recognizing the power of money. Repeat, recognizing the power of money. Repeat, recognizing the power of money. Garvey felt that capitalism could be used to help the Black man. In keeping with his grandiose style, Garvey decided he would start a Black-owned steamship line at UNIA meetings. Money was collected to buy ships for the company. This seemingly innocent practice marked the beginning of the end of Garvey. When Edward P. Kilbride, assistant DA of New York City, heard that Garvey was collecting money as investments in the Black Star Line, he warned Garvey not to attempt to sell stock unless the company was legally organized. Okay. Booker T. Washington had taught that Black men should own their own businesses to become independent of whites. And when it was announced that there was a business in which any Black man sales were restricted to Blacks could own a share for just $5, the Black masses was duly impressed. Skeptics in New York felt that Garvey was just out to fleece the masses, and others felt that while he might be sincere, he was venturing into a field of which he and his fellow workers had little or no experience, and they were bound to fail. Within 2 years, Garvey was arrested for using the mails to defraud the sale of Black Star stock and for selling passage to Africa on a mythical vessel. He was also accused of selling memberships in false and fraudulent organizations. The Black Star Line was bankrupt, and the UNIA had been dealt a damaging blow. The years of 1920 and 21 were the heyday of Garvey's organization. His Black nationalism had reached even into the smallest town, and his annual conventions in New York City were the biggest Black events in the nation's history. The colorful uniforms of the officials, the precision of the marching bands, the pomp and ceremony of formal gatherings made the convention a spectacular delight. In 1920, more than 25,000 Blacks were in Madison Square Garden to hear Garvey speak. "We are the descendants of a suffering people," he told the crowd. "We are the descendants of a people determined to suffer no longer. We shall now organize 400 million Negroes of the world into a vast organization to plant the banner of freedom on the great continent of Africa." His opponents were Du Bois, James Weldon Johnson, George Schuyler, and A. Philip Randolph, and others who believed that he was a charlatan leading the masses astray. Garvey challenged organizations like the NAACP and the Urban League, which preached and practiced an interracial philosophy. There were rumors that the Klan lent support to Garvey. So, yeah, so your boy Tariq was right on that there, Brother Che.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Okay, he's asleep. Okay, yeah. Just let him know, Lady Che, of what I read. He could listen to the playback. Jesse's tired. I'm tired. We all is tired. So please join us tomorrow night, ladies and gentlemen, for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
In the show. Good night.
All right, night. Don't let the bed bugs bite, and no ponies.
And no gators. Keep them in the bottom of the hole. This shit where they belong.
Sir, I told them to leave town, man. You know what I'm saying? Send the motherfuckers to Nagasaki. Shit.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'll see you tomorrow
in 15 hours for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We thank Brother Che and Kruma. He's tired. Lady Che's tired. I'm tired, in pain. Okay, crew, you are not invited on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow night or later on today, brother. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this dumb shit is going to stop. Okay, Che, I'll give you a call later on today, man. I'm out.
All right.